Test.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. So is it just my mic that's not coming through?
I tested that one and I didn't hear either.
Hey, Brianna, you there? Feed is kind of slow. Hey, Brianna, is there any sound? Hello?
Deputy Mayor Whalen, this is Brianna. Can you try to test your audio to see if we can hear you through the speakers here at City Hall?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yep, and we can hear you.
Great.
Thank you.
I was getting concerned there.
Turn them on each time that you're trying to speak so we can capture.
Hello.
Hello.
The number is, it can be on at once.
Everybody, I'll call this special meeting of the Lakewood City Council for Saturday, the 22nd of May to order and see the floor.
All right, well, I'll actually turn it over to the city manager.
Actually, I'm just going to introduce Shannon Kelly Fong. I think you all know that this is a continuation of your retreat from March 27th. And, the purpose here is to continue that discussion. And ultimately, the objective today is to come out with some draft city council goals for the current biennium, as well as perhaps thinking about extending that another year or so, given that we're almost halfway through 2021. But with that, I'd like to turn it over to Shannon Kelly Fong. Actually, just one quick item. From a logistics standpoint, there is some coffee and some fruit and some snacks up over in the cubby hole. And then also, so that's for Deputy Mayor Whalen. Oh, that's right, he's not here. And then I think about 11:30 or so, we're going to have lunch delivered as well. So just wanted to, from a logistical standpoint, just give you a heads up on that. So with that, Shannon.
Well, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Thank you. Just really quickly, I want to go around in the circle and just check in on how everybody is this morning with a one or two kind of, how are you feeling? So Mary, I'm going to start with you and we'll go around.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mary Moss, and I am feeling really good today.
Great.
Well, I'm feeling okay, but it's chilly. I wasn't expecting it to be quite this cool.
It's true, it is.
I
local.
expected sunshine too.
I am feeling busy.
All right.
Yeah, quite a lot, but fun things. So, good.
I'm feeling encouraged. So I'm encouraged. I got on the day job site. I did this all day yesterday, but also had an lead article in the News Tribune sports page on a project I've been working on for years that has everything heading in the right direction. So
I'll have to check out that article.
pardon?
I'll have to check it out, the article.
About Chambers Bay and working for another U.S. Open, and I was the source for the article. So.
Just as a reminder, as we go around the circle, make sure you turn on your mic. Dawn just did a great example of that.
I'm tired, but I'm here. Good morning.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel. I had two great vacations and are back to back, but I'm exhausted and trying to catch up with everything. So.
Okay. Well, I have had 2 cups of coffee, which might have been one too many. So that's where I am today. And oh, I'm so sorry. Good reminder. So Deputy Mayor Whalen is here and he's over here on the screen. Jason.
Down there for all of you. Busy day. I'm out in Seabrook fulfilling a Rotary auction item obligation. So we're hosting a bunch of couples out here. So I'm a little bit weary, but I'm looking forward to today.
So Jason, I can see you out of my periphery. So if you wave your hands and start talking, that'll be helpful in just kind of making sure that we see that you're there. And certainly, Mary and Mike, if you can flag that Jason is waving his hands, that would be much appreciated.
No, just let him wave his hands.
I'll start waving my hands as Mr. Caulfield brings lunch in. I'll make sure that I'm known.
We'll save you some.
Mhm.
Just as a reminder, like the last retreat, this is a retreat. And is there a way to turn my mic down just a little bit? I feel like it's a little loud. Is it
No,
loud
it's
for
good
any
for
of
me.
you? Okay. All right. Maybe I'm just in that special zone here where it's louder. That could be the case as well. So just as a reminder, this is a retreat setting. So let's stay on, first name basis, and we'll go over the ground rules just very briefly. We already talked about this at the last retreat. But I have the agenda up here on the projector right now, and just briefly, we'll get into the objectives. But I just wanted to ask anybody if anyone had any questions about the agenda. All right. So I got to find the right. There we go. Oh, I think I ended it. Brianna, what happened there? So you can look at whichever one works best for you. Yeah. So while Brianna's working on getting the slideshow back up, the next slide just basically went over the objective of us being here today. And again, it's to identify. Yep. Absolutely. Is that better?
Keep inching it towards the wall.
We'll have it outside.
So I now can't see Jason. So again, if you all see him, please. All right, let's try this one more time. I am on. It's not, Brianna. Do you want to go to the next slide for me? So like I was saying, I was just going over the objectives really quickly. Today's objectives are to continue our conversation about identifying council priorities for 2021 and beyond. Thank you. And that's going to be including doing a visioning session on what Lakewood looks like in the next couple of years. Also coming back to the conversation that we started on diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. And then any other items that the city council wants to talk about. There were certainly some items that were identified through the survey and through our last conversation, but this is absolutely still an opportunity if the council has other things they want to bring up, to bring them up during that period of time. And then finally, the last portion of today's retreat, it's gone really long already, is to take a look at some draft city council goals and try to incorporate, what we've talked about at previous retreats, what we saw in the survey, and then what's talked about today as well into those draft goals. Any questions on the objectives? Great, let's see if this one works. There we go, perfect. So ground rules, we went over this at the start of the last retreat, and basically the one thing that had come up in conversation, there might be a slight lag on this one, and I will just say that's because that's the one that is on the Zoom, and it just takes a second on the PowerPoint. But we talked about the ground rules. We all arrived here. We're all ready to go. I will try to make this conversation as productive as possible. And, I hope to hear from all of you throughout the conversation. And, we're going to be talking about quite a bit of things. And it's great to have disagreements and to talk through those disagreements. We talked about making a decision. And this is the one thing I just want to highlight is that this last time we met as a group, we said that when a decision is reached, we will respect the decision as the decision of the city, but council members are entitled to their own opinion about that decision. Any thoughts or conversations you all want to have on ground rules? All right. Well, this wouldn't be a retreat facilitated by myself if there wasn't some sort of icebreaker activity. So I am asking you to pair up. So with the red team, which is over here, we have Mayor Anderson, Donna and Linda, you will be on the red team. The green team is directly behind me, and that will be Mary and Patty. And then the yellow team, which is over here, that will be Mike and Paul. And so the idea of this is you're going to have a couple of minutes to get together and list as many things as you can find that you all have in common. And I want to say we'll be taking a look at the list, and I'm looking for maybe the most obscure or interesting thing that you all can come up that you have in common. But it's also, I am a competitive person, so let's see how many you can come up with. I have marked the list to about 40 on each of them. You can see where my handwriting got smaller, so feel free to keep adding additional things if you come to 40 beyond. There is a pen connected on each of them except for the yellow team. Yellow team, I do have your pen. And in fairness for competition, I will put it up here. All right, and you all can go.
Hey, Brianna, my feed is gone, video feed. Thank you.
All right. Well, it looks like we have, the yellow team has 23. The green team also has 23. And the red team has 25. Good job, red team. Red team, do you want to share a couple that you thought were really interesting?
We both know the difference between black liquor and white liquor.
Okay.
And it's not what you're thinking. We both work for paper mills. In completely different areas.
But white liquor and black liquor there's a closed circuit of the chemicals that make pulp. It turns from black to white and that.
That is obscure, and I really like that. Well done, red team. All right, yellow team. Do you have one you'd like to share with us?
We both ran cross country,
Okay, who had the better 5K time?
probably me.
I like the confidence. I like the confidence. All right, green team.
Well, we're gonna point out the one that everyone is laughing about already, the hot flashes. So that's what we have in common. Mary is mostly done with those and I am starting, so great.
Well, thank you, green team, and thank you everyone for participating. These are great lists to look at. Do not go and sit down quite yet. We are actually going to do one more thing, and this is going to be called, we just went over things that we have in common, and now we want to have a little bit of a friendly debate over things that we might not have in common, or at least that I'm going to force you to take a stance on. So what I want everybody to do is to come, let's see, where's the best place to do this? Is probably right here. So if we can get everybody to stand right in the center, I'm going to give you a direction on which way to move between two choices. And depending on how you want to select your choice, you'll move in that direction. And then we'll just have a little mini debate over why you think one is better than the other. So everybody come on in together right here.
The TikToks where you go from, have you seen that?
I haven't, but so you can stay right here for right now. That's fine. But what you're going to do is you're going to go to one side or the other. So for our first question, and you have to choose one. And I know this could change, but it has to be right here and right now what you're thinking is better. So on this side, we're going to have tacos, and on this side, we're going to have pizza. So you're going to move over to one side, tacos, pizza. All right, we've got a pretty good split here. So on the taco side, do you all want to make an argument for why tacos are better than pizza?
There's no argument. That's the way it is.
She rests her case. Mary, do you want to add anything? Okay, so pizza, I feel like you have a good opportunity here. They didn't really provide any reasons for why tacos were superior. They just said it was. So what can I hear from the pizza group? So I'm hearing diversity of options. Hold on, tacos, you will have your opportunity to respond. I just want to make sure that there's any other merits that the pizza group wants to bring up.
There are all sorts of pizza. You can have thin crust, crispy crust, you can have big fat doughy crust, you can have soft crust. You can have square pizza, you can have round pizza. It's not just about toppings. There are, the base can be prepared in a variety.
Okay, response, taco team.
I think you could speak the same about tacos because I could use a flour tortilla, a corn tortilla, I could use a cassava tortilla, I could use all sorts of things with the tortilla part. I could fry it, I could make it soft, I could crisp it up in the air fryer, you name it. Plus I have all of the meats on the inside. I could do the barbacoa, I could do the carnitas, you name it. And then all the toppings on top of that, and then all the salsas, it outbeats the pizza every time.
All right, everybody back in the middle. We're going to go on to the second question. Well done, well done. All right, so you are now on an 18-hour plane ride. Hopefully we can all take plane rides here soon. I know some of you have. What do you take with you? Do you take a book or do you take a laptop? However, the laptop has no charger, so it will not last the duration of the plane ride, and there is no in-flight entertainment. What do you take? Book, laptop. Book, laptop. Those are your only options, unfortunately. All right, Mike, you are the sole laptop taker. Can you provide a reason?
Because if you have a laptop, people will leave you alone. But if you have a book, people feel free to interrupt you.
That was not what I was expecting, but that is a fantastic point. Book. And let's hear from some voices we haven't heard from.
Well, I can read slowly.
All right. Anybody else from the book group? Great, great. All right, back in the middle.
You just put headphones in and then nobody will talk to you.
All right. Unfortunately, you weren't able to bring headphones, so your laptop is going to be blaring.
Jason do it. He's not choosing.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. We'll bring Jason in on this question. So what skill is more valuable, creativity or logic? So creativity, logic. Creativity, logic.
Logic.
That was all right.
If you should, I hope you
Well, I'm going to start with Mike. Mike, that took you a second. I saw you processing through that. So what was going on?
Creativity seems to me to be more valuable because it's not something I have a lot of.
Okay, great. Jason, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
What side are you on, the creativity or logic, and why?
I'm probably on logic
Can you tell us some why?
because I can figure out how to be creative. It's logical.
Okay. Paul, I'd like to hear you're on the logic side.
I'm kind of with Mike, but I think that we're both in the line. You really have to deal with the circumstances that although I would agree with Mike, because not being an overly creative person, I'm always in wonder if people are.
Well said, well said. Anybody from the creative side want to add something to why they're over here on the creative side?
It's literally all of it. So it's where I'm comfortable, where I know I can make the most change, the most movement, I guess.
Yeah.
Make honest decisions based on logic. I think logic can be learned. Creativity is scarce.
Yeah. Well, thank you all for the perspective. Back in the middle. All right, which is worse, being bored or being too busy? So being bored or being too busy? So, Paul, I kind of get the feeling you're being the contrarian of the group, but let's start with you.
Being too busy, because I think when you're too busy, it's nice to be busy, but being too busy is you just end up not doing anything well. And everybody likes to think that they're all too busy, and I think we settle for mediocrity.
Okay. So now, overwhelmingly, we have the two board crew. Jason, where are you on this?
I'm being too busy.
Jason, unfortunately, I didn't quite hear that.
Being too busy is worse.
Anybody catch that?
No.
Being too busy.
Being too busy. Okay, so we have a too busy over here. We got two too busiers, and then the rest of the group over here is being too bored. Let's hear from the two board group. Why is that worse?
I've been around people that are bored and they're bored.
What?
I do things I should not do.
Okay. I find the same thing, Patty, so. Completely understand.
It's the new normal, and I don't know what to do when I get 5 minutes and I'm not checking my phone or having 16 tasks. So I would normally be over there because that's where creativity is that free thinking time, unstructured time, but it's just awkward that unstructured time.
When I have time downtime, that's when I can think of and actually probably make more progress when it's like I've got 70. Oh, I got to make a lot.
All right, Paul, but I want to, so I'm gonna push on this a little bit because I mean, you're going with the too busy. Okay. All right, we just have a couple more. So everybody back in the center. Here's an easy one. You've won a free vacation. Are you going to the tropics? Or are you going to the mountains? Tropics or mountains? You've got a vacation. All right, Mike, I'm going to force you to choose one. All right, so I feel like we're getting a pretty good split. I'm seeing some consistent members over here, and I'm seeing some consistent members over here. Any arguments on the mountains? Why are you going to the mountains?
Yeah, I just think it's beautiful and it's cooler at night. Unless it's full of,
Okay, so when we say cooler, we're talking temperature. Bend? Banff. Okay, yes, beautiful. Oh my goodness. All right, tropics. Why do you want to make the argument for?
Sea, beaches, sun, sand, relaxation.
Goofy drinks.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just make a statement here. Can you not have sand, beaches, and foo-foo drinks in the mountains? Okay.
You gotta have the flannel on in the morning. You're not doing that.
And you have to smell like campfire smoke and mosquito repellent.
Okay, so I kind of hear us going camping rather than just being in a mountain setting. But as Paul has pointed out, we have a wide range of options in the mountain. I'm sure there's resorts, so.
I lived on an island for years, and it took me 6 months to get used to wearing shoes.
Yeah.
So,
I do think the clothing option, yeah, you're right, the clothing options are better.
Well, I also lived on an island, a tropical island, for about 6 years. And what I will say is I will never go into the water here because I lived there. So I lived on Oahu. Yep. All right, I think this is the last one. Actually, we have 2 more in the middle. So we'll check in on Jason on this next one right here. So coffee. If you are a coffee drinker, and if you are not a coffee drinker, you can abstain from this decision. But are you going to have your coffee just plain with nothing in it? Or do you have to have something in your coffee, whether it's cream, sugar, flavors? It sounds like that'd be a terrible decision. So I'm going to put myself over in this group. Jason, where are you at? One more time.
Just plain.
Just plain. Okay, great. We have an even break here if I put myself on this side. So why just plain?
Because then you can really taste the different kinds of coffee. If you muck it up with cream and sugar, you don't get a chance to really taste the good oil in the coffee.
I think it may be a learned preference in that those guys from
Okay, a learned preference. So what I heard from Jason, though, was, hey, coffee has its own unique and robust flavor profile.
Right.
Why would you want to add something to that? So what is your response, sugar cream team?
For me, it's all about and I like a little coffee.
Okay.
And I'm particularly on Starbucks, because I love their chocolate. It's not about their coffee. I could care less about their coffee, but I love their chocolate. They make their own chocolate.
So it sounds like Linda just actually wants chocolate and coffee as a way to get it down. Anyone else? Okay. So rather than take away from the flavor profile of the coffee, it adds to it. All right. Okay.
Still taste the coffee, Jason.
Yeah.
Jason, do you want to have a response to what you've heard?
No.
All right, last one in the middle here. So would you rather have somebody that you are meeting with be super early or be super late? Now, this is, again, somebody you are meeting with. Sorry? Oh, sorry, a little late. You're right. Super early or a little late? Super early or little late? So this is somebody you were meeting with. Okay. Now I want to change it a bit. This is you. Would you rather be always super early or a little late? So I want to hear from the people that changed sides when I changed the question. Why did you change from, the person you're meeting to yourself?
I can sit in my car or I can do something else if I'm super early. I don't have to infringe on their time, but I'm there and ready to go. I can like calm myself down.
Okay.
I equate being early with being responsible.
Okay, so Linda just said she equates it to being responsible. Let's hear from the little late group.
I was scarred by a singlet. After my family experience, we were invited to a reception at the governor's house. And it was at 7 o'clock. There were 20 people and we showed up at 7 o'clock. It was our island. And I had committed a social faux pas. I don't want to be the first one there.
All right.
I don't like being late, but I don't like to be early. I just like to get there maybe a couple minutes before. And that's just me. I think my experience was different, somewhat similar, though, is getting there early. There's too much talk and it gets distracted from why I'm there. Sometimes the conversation's not that pleasant, so I like to be
Right on time. Jason, where are you at?
Being on Wayland time, it's always a little late.
All right, so being on Wayland time, which means just a little bit late.
Right.
Well, excellent. So the last thing is, are there any questions that you all think of that you'd like to ask the group?
Was this a right brain, left brain thing, or was it?
I wouldn't describe it as that. I'm just, it was just kind of more just to get us talking, and it's 8:30 in the morning, so I just wanted to,
Right.
make sure that we're all ready to jump into some more meteor discussions. Yeah. All right, in the middle, dogs or cats? Cats, dogs. Cats, dogs. There is no either. You have to choose, and you have to choose your favorite pet as well. This is the cat group. All right, there we go, Dawn. Well, thank you all for participating in these 2 icebreakers.
Don't have to.
All right. Well, I just want to take some time and just recap, what we did at the last retreat. So we held our last retreat on March 27th. And the first thing that we did was we went over, like we typically do, what kind of accomplishments were done in the previous couple of years. So specifically looking at 2020, because the group did meet in 2019. And so for accomplishments, I put them up here on table A, and it sounded like from the group a lot of community engagement efforts, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic and being flexible, but still getting them out there. Economic development efforts, in particular, looking at some of the projects that the city has been working on for a very long period of time, and an example of that was the Woodbrook Industrial Park. Continuing infrastructure improvements, and some projects specifically that were called out were Onyx Drive, Veterans Drive, and then the successful allocation of CARES Act funds, park improvements, the transition here in the pandemic to a virtual environment for the city council meetings, and then just the general response to COVID-19. And then there's a few other on the list here. But now that you've all had some time to think about what happened in 2020, is there anything that you all would like to see added to this list? All right. Jason, how are we doing over there?
I'm looking at it. We're doing okay.
I would say that in 2020, we did a good stress test of our financial policy.
And that's something that we'll pick up when we talk about the survey results, but we're seeing in several locations throughout the survey results where, you know, looking back and saying, hey, having those policies in place were very helpful. All right, well, moving, oh, go ahead, Jason.
I would say continued excellence in stewardship of the city's finances. And we've gotten some great accolades for 2020, and I think that's a significant accomplishment.
Right, the next thing we talked about was what you learned personally as part of the city council in 2020, and just to provide kind of a high level overview, basically said, hey, we all work well together, whether we're in a virtual environment or in a in-person environment. The city does a lot of important essential work, and we provide core services to our constituents. And that we know COVID-19 had an impact on businesses here in Lakewood, and how they impacted them was very diverse. The city can do hard things, especially in the face of external stresses like a pandemic. And like we just mentioned, the city's financial policies served the city well during the pandemic. Was there anything that you all thought should be added to this list?
I just would say that under the circumstances, I think the city and the staff and our council group did a wonderful job maintaining, keeping things going. And the compliments that we got from the community led us to believe that we were doing the right thing. So I was pleased with, I didn't see anything to add.
Thank you, Mary. All right, and then for the bulk of that retreat, we actually spent it on the American Rescue Plan Act and the prioritization. And I know in your packet you have the charts, and I know that this is something that you all are considering outside of today's retreat. So we're not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about American Rescue Plan Act funds unless they are directly connected to goals and priorities for 2021 and beyond. Any questions or comments on that? All right. And then finally, for that retreat, we started talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts here at the city. And we will be picking that conversation up here later today at the retreats. Any questions or comments just on that conversation before we move on? That will, again, be something that we pick up here later in the retreat. All right, well, that's a high-level overview of what we talked about at the retreat. And now we're gonna start taking a look towards the future. So one of our primary goals and objectives here is really to start thinking, hey, what does Lakewood look like in the next couple of years as we move beyond the pandemic? So what I'd like you all to do, and I know you've provided some feedback on your surveys, but if there's anything, you know, the surveys, you had an opportunity to take them. I'm sure you've been thinking about some of the questions that were raised in just this retreat in general. So I want to give you all just a couple of minutes. You have some sticky notes in front of you to write down some things that maybe you want to add that you didn't get the opportunity to say, or just some items you really want to stress in today's conversation. So take about 3 minutes, and you can use as many sticky notes as you want to write down as many things as you want. They can be multiple things on one sticky note. Just put them down, and then we'll come back together as a group here and talk about what's next. So again, you're considering, you know, what your vision for Lakewood is in the next few years, and maybe adding some things that you've thought about since you've taken the survey, or just some things you want to stress that you've already added. All right, so take one more minute. All right, you can certainly continue to write down more things throughout the duration of today. We're going to do something which is an activity called the 1, 2, 4, but in this case, it's going to be 1, 2, 7. So what you're going to do now is you're going to turn to one of your peers, and so specifically, it's going to be Mary and Mike. You got Patty and Dawn, and then Linda and Paul. And sorry, Jason, you're going to be out here on your own contemplating this. But you're going to take the next couple of minutes and just talk through, you know, what you have written down, what your vision for the city is. And then also just kind of talking through with your peer what you think, you know, making this vision a reality would take. So take a few minutes, and it won't necessarily be 10. We'll base it on how the conversation is going, but yeah, certainly turn to your peer and have this conversation.
I don't understand the cookie between tabs.
We'll get to that, Don. It doesn't necessarily need to be what's on your tabs. Thanks for that clarifying question. So what the tabs are going to be helpful to use for as we move through this process, when we go through something that you have a comment on or want to add, we'll make sure that those sticky notes get up here on the board, and then we have a conversation with them, and then anything that's remaining to make sure that we touch on that subject. But right now, you're just turning to your peer and you're just having a conversation of, hey, what does Lakewood look like for you? And you can bring up some of the items that you've had on your sticky notes, if that's part of that vision.
You can just tie me into one of those groups, so I'm listening in or sitting in somehow.
All right, 2 more minutes. Thirty more seconds. All right, wrap up your conversation here. Jason, I trust you had a very robust conversation.
Yes, thank you. I'm feeling the love.
All right, well, thank you. So just to clarify again on the sticky notes, as we go throughout the next probably about an hour of today, when we bring up something that you have written on the sticky note, or it comes up in conversation and you feel like we've gone through it, put it up here on the front of your desk. So just as my note, I can see, hey, we've hit that, we've moved on. We can see what's left at the end of this conversation to make sure that we hear every one of those things from all of you. All right. So on the survey, I asked you all about, hey, we're meeting here, we're hopping in our DeLorean, we're traveling into the future. And I wanted to hear, hey, what are you going to be most proud of accomplishing in 2022, 2023, 2024, which is still something we'll talk about here later on in today's conversation. And so when it came to accomplishments, the results here of the survey showed enhanced diversity, equity, inclusion efforts, enhanced city events and programming, a downtown park, enhanced communication efforts, continued implementation of infrastructure. That includes auto transportation and active transportation, multimodal transportation, continuing to work to diversify the economy, successful allocations of the American Rescue Plan Act, and continued improvements to city parks. Just to name a few of them, you can see all of them up here. So what I'd like to hear from this group, and talking with your peers about your vision for Lakewood and how to get to that vision, are there items that you all discussed and contemplated that are not on this list that we should be having a conversation about?
Well, the question knows is framed. Because post-pandemic was more of a short-term frame of reference than future. But I think that post-pandemic, we want to regain momentum towards achieving the 30-year vision and to get on track to accomplish that.
So let me just ask this group, because Mike brought up a good point here. One thing was framed as post-pandemic, one thing is framed as kind of the short-term future of Lakewood. So I just want to hear from this group. I mean, what is your understanding of what post-pandemic Lakewood means versus kind of I guess I'm looking for a time frame. What did that mean to all of you?
Well, I think post-pandemic is, I think post-pandemic, and it's not a real specific time frame because different people and different businesses will decide when they're post-pandemic based on their own situation. But it is so it's more of a state of mind. But I think that it's sooner rather than later for the vast majority of the community, when we'll start thinking that we're beyond the pandemic.
So Mike, if I heard you correctly, the post-pandemic is variable depending on the group. Short-term, though, to you means something like a couple of years.
Yes, and I would think that it may be even, for some, it may only be just a few months. Some businesses may see themselves fully in post-pandemic mode and recovered and be healthy, and others will take a while. As far as the city, I think that the city is going to be maybe our litmus test is when the revenue picture picks up to where it was and is beginning to get back to 2019 or to 2020 projections.
So did any other council members have concerns with the differences, there being a difference between a post-pandemic and kind of short-term visioning? So I guess, so let me frame that a different way. So when I was, kind of thinking through these questions, I saw kind of the short-term and kind of post-pandemic Lakewood being, interchangeable. However, Mike is presenting it as being something different. And so I wanted to check in with the group and to see how you all understood the question to make sure that we are, kind of proceeding with an apples to apples, or if we need to kind of differentiate the two. Is post-pandemic short-term for a couple of years, or as Mike has stated, it's something separate and we should consider them separately?
I don't know if there's a way of getting back to normal again, or back to the way we were. I don't think anything will really go back to what we are used to. We have to be flexible and move forward and be nimble. Everything's changing.
Don?
It accelerated change. The movement to remote work, movement out of offices, the decline of strip retail, I think were accelerated by about 10 years. They were trends, but they became adaptations. And so those aren't going to reverse themselves.
And I would agree with those. There are some long-term changes that I don't know that we'll see, but I think a lot of people have left the workforce. I really do. I think that number of the older baby boomers have just, they did the remote work and now they're gone. I mean, we've seen that in some of our positions at the county. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see millions of people that do not come back into the workforce. There's also, they can sell their homes for huge amounts of money and move. They can, and the stock market's good. So there's just a number of items there that are going to contribute, I think, to
And I think we do not know yet how many people have actually left the workforce. Skilled people, by the way, in some cases. Yeah, I'd agree with Paul on that. There's going to be a shortage of qualified workers in a variety of areas. Ironically, I kind of run counter to it personally. I probably extended my working life by a year because of, at least because of the pandemic. I realized that I would have been terribly bored if I wasn't working. Back to one of your questions. It was like, what would I have done if I stayed retired? And so it raises the question of what are you going to do next? But I've seen that as financially and age-wise, people are just pulling the plug on careers and saying, okay, I'm not going back.
So I don't know if this is germane to the question, but I just feel compelled to talk about that we seem to be in this time of momentous change, and some of our systems are broken. And so while some skilled folks are out of the workforce for personal choice, there are all sorts of folks who are out of the workforce because they have to, because they don't have childcare, because our systems are broken. And so so unless we can provide help for families, we can't particularly get women back into the workforce. And so I think we might be able to address some of those shortages if we can address some of the underlying systems. So again, I'm not sure that relates to the length of the time that we're talking about, but it seems to me that there are at least a couple of years where we will be ramping up. To Mike's point, you know, a couple of businesses might be ready to come back in a couple of months, but it may take a longer time for other folks. So.
Yeah, to go on to Linda's point, I think we agree on one very specific thing, and I've long been an advocate of but not a forceful one, of childcare as an institution that's supported by the government. I've seen it work very well in Sweden. It is a requirement that what is effectively the county government provide daycare, much like preschool. There are payments made by the people that use it. There are penalties if you don't show up when your job is done. You can't dump your kid and run. The people who work there are compensated well and educated. And it's a societal norm to assist, particularly women historically, participate in the workforce. We don't have that. Unfortunately, the efforts that seem to be going on right now are to indiscriminately send people money if they have kids, and throw a variety of, I think, politically motivated aid out to all sorts of people rather than focusing on something, getting people back to work. So there are elements that are going to keep people away from work instead of enabling them to work. And I think it's not going to help the situation. So we're going to have a workforce issue that isn't being assisted by government policy unless we correct course.
So let me kind of pull us back to the post-pandemic vision. So I guess maybe a better way to go about doing this is just let's go and talk about some of the things that you discussed in your small groups. And, you know, it doesn't have to be group by group, but if there's anything that you want to bring up that you were like, wow, you know, Dawn and I had a really great conversation about this. I talked to Mary about that. Linda brought up this. I'd love to hear what you all talked about the post-pandemic vision for Lakewood.
What Mike and I discussed, other than what he had already said, was about more affordable activities for families. I know our parks are great, but what for the kids, there's a lot of things for them to do, but how can we interest the adults in more? One of the things was bringing back Farmers Summerfest. We talked about bringing that back. And to continue with the sidewalks throughout the city, because I see so many people out walking now. And still that one street over there by us, Paul, is still dangerous, the one on Amber. It's dangerous. People walking with the strollers and pushing the babies and walking with the kids, and there's no sidewalks. So I like this, that would be something that I would like to see continue.
Thank you, Mary.
We talked definitely more activities, families, for not just families, just everybody, no matter what your demographic. Oh, sorry.
You guys gotta use the microphone, yeah.
Sorry. Dawn and I talked about just more activities for everybody, things to do, places to go, reasons not to basically leave Lakewood. Like everything is here for you, the diversity of food, the diversity of activities, all of that, and kind of still having that neighborhood feel of a smaller town, but behaving like a larger, more mature city that has all the amenities, the great financials, all those kinds of things, but still with the feeling of community.
Tell me more about this neighborhood feeling. What does that look like?
The contrast would,
Yeah, let's turn on the mics.
the contrast would be not being high density, high rise, surrounded by concrete on a device, but where people are outside, they see their neighbors, they walk, as our colleagues were talking about. We have activities that are no or low barrier that people can participate in, and that they know the people who live around them, and spend time enjoying the amenities of Lakewood, with, you know, the fact that we have trees, we have water, we have a view of the mountain, and those are things that you know, if you're living in St. Louis or Omaha, Nebraska, you don't have. So it's that quality of life that's not really income dependent, and having things here so people aren't. One of my tabs is that you move away from being a city of commuters, and you try to trend over time into saving people that time so they can spend it with their family or in leisure activities for the quality of life.
So Dawn, on that item, so moving away from city of commuters, so you're looking for more people to stay and work in the city, whether it's, as you already mentioned, kind of the remote possibilities or just working physically in the city. So if that's one of the items, Dawn, that we've talked about, if you just want to put it up in the front just so I can see it, so we can make sure that we talk about everything that's on your posted notes throughout it. So if we go through something and you want to chat more about it, and we do chat about it, just move it up to the front. Perfect. So Jason, I know you had that robust conversation, but I'd love to hear, you know, what your thoughts are on the vision for a post-pandemic Lakewood.
Well, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So my vision encapsulates much of what I've heard already, but I would love to see us begin the process to put flesh on the bones of all the planning we've done. You know, we've done the downtown sub-area plan, the Lakewood Station District sub-area plan, and now it really is time to execute on those plans to achieve what people have talked about, to make Lakewood a more vibrant, livable place for all of our residents. And I think that includes the things about connectivity and parks access for all of the residents. I'd love to see the downtown park done and get off the ground. I'd love to see work on our linear green loop that we have in the downtown sub-area planning. And, we need to do better work on connecting those neighborhoods that are adjacent to the central business district areas so that we can bring those neighborhoods in. We've done a really good job of having great sidewalk projects for the major arterials and those outlying areas for which we received resources. Now we need to connect some of these neighborhoods that don't have the opportunity for grant funding. We need to connect those with better sidewalks in some of these areas, because like Mary said, there are some dangerous areas. Even in my little neighborhood, you can't walk into the town center area because you're fearing for your safety. So to make it vibrant, to make activities more accessible for everyone, and to create a sense of a vibrant culture, that's what I'd love to see in a post-pandemic world for Lakewood. There are examples. The Proctor District in Tacoma, a little bit more high-rise. Sumner's downtown, for God's sakes, is vibrant and walkable and quaint and busy. Places like Walla Walla. I mean, there are areas that are different, obviously, than Lakewood, but the feel that they have, where people are walking together, connected, doing activities that aren't expensive, they're healthy. I think we should try to work on that. That's my vision.
Thank you, Jason. So we got one more group. Paul.
No, I'm not volunteering. Well, maybe I'm ahead of myself because Mike mentioned the 30-year plan. And I need to be reminded of what is in the 30-year plan. That's what I was talking about.
Great. So Mike, we got a question for you. When you reference the 30-year plan.
Well, it was not planned. Okay, it was the vision that we put together 5-6 years ago now, and as to what Lakewood would move and would be true about Lakewood, at the 30th anniversary, where we're in the 25th anniversary now. Okay, and it had things in there that spoke to the quality and reputation of our educational institutions from the entire span up to include the colleges. It included having a robust community. It included being a safe and being known as a safe community, being able to go and do that. As a strategy, it included that we were going to leverage our diversity to be able to move forward. It spoke to the strength of our relationship in growing with JBLM and families, and there are a number of other points. So, but it was a vision, not a plan, and it didn't. The goals and objectives that we've then had as a council, the idea was to align with getting there.
So if you go to attachment A or B, it is listed on the first page of the city council goals. That is the Vision 2026. And attachment A shows the initial Vision 2026, and then B has some edits to it. So Linda, because Paul was not volunteering, I think that by default, you get to give an overview of the group's conversation.
Well, I know that I talked about my vision, and it's on the list for thinking outside the box, and I'm all for a downtown park, but I have a hard time envisioning Lakewood as being a destination for one thing, because I think we already have a reputation built in for Fort Steilacoom Park and for some of the other activities here. And I think our international district is amazing. And the Colonial Plaza area has a lot of possibility. And then the mall, of course, is as the downtown. And so I would love to see us spend some time and energy thinking about those three economic centers, international centers, vibrant. All three of them have the opportunity to be a vibrant draw. Maybe that's the buzz that we need. We're not Sumner, we're not Kent, we're not Renton with its landing. You know, we're Lakewood. And so what does that look like for us? And we've already got some amazing things. So maybe some connectivity, like Jason was talking about, you know, between our economic hubs, our economic centers, some more signage, some more walkability, some more marketing, and then some more buzz, that feel. That we talked through that, and then Paul had some ideas about which one do you? Yep, robust economic growth, more jobs and more opportunities, figuring out ways to for us to have a stronger tax base so that we can get more creative with some of the things that we'd like to do. And we have the opportunity with some of the industrial zones that are coming in, but there's that push-pull. Do we want to be known for industrial zones? So it helps, but might not be the be-all.
So Paul, we've talked a little bit about, changing work situations and attracting, more jobs to Lakewood, whether they're remote or in person. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you foresee as far as more jobs and diversifying economic bases?
I think we've done a good job, and I think it's been almost a multi-generational effort now. I mean, I wasn't here at Cityhood. I think at least three of the folks here were, and but I got here right after, and the improvements that have been made in job production, and I always talk about balance, right? So you're trying to balance. I mean, some areas of the world can get away with being suburbs, but I don't know that we can. And so we need to be a city that has balance to it economically and residentially. So we have to be prepared to meet those needs. I mean, right now we did catch a flyer. There's no doubt about it that with the industrial and having a lot of property set aside, or a fair amount of property set aside for industrial, we're now in this kind of almost mania about warehouses that 20 years ago, I don't know that anybody would have foreseen. I don't know what the next big thing is. And so clearly, if we talk about work from home or opportunities like that, or satellite offices like the city manager has talked about, that there may be some things we need to be prepared for that. That may mean that we make sure that we're working with our utility providers to make sure that there's good broadband infrastructure, that we need to be looking at things like that, because there's things that we can do. There's now money available. There's all sorts of money now available for broadband. You're going to hear more about it at the county level. The state has money. I think the federal government has money, although that might be the state money. So I'm not quite sure where all this is going. And then, but there's then things that we can do to try to make that happen. And that's why I'm supportive of the efforts, even though I love some of the places that are already currently there, that the Lakewood Landing is an important part of this. So kind of trying to, and that's going to take a lot of work. And these things usually take a generation in some cases, right? So I just worry about income levels. I'm frustrated at times when the economy gets good and it doesn't seem like our income levels improve. And I think there's a skills gap. And I think that there's, and then there's a jobs gap. So we need to always be on the lookout of how do we create good jobs and make this an environment where people want to bring their businesses, where it's a good place to do business, and they're providing jobs that hopefully are paying a decent wage. And then it ties into what the mayor is saying, that there's certain advantages that if you can get home in 20 minutes rather than 2 hours, right? I mean, that's a real difference, and that's a real quality of life difference. But how do we how do we position ourselves? And I think, Patty works in a place where I think they did a great job of positioning themselves over multiple decades of figuring out where do we fit in this role. Because when I lived in Seattle in the 80s, people laughed about Kent, right? It was, oh, Kent, and they would Almost Live always had jokes about Kent, right? They always had great jokes about Kent, right? And it was this big hair and rock and roll and now, wow, you look at all the great things that they've done. Well, how did that happen and why? And I think they had vision. So it's back to the vision thing.
I think one of the things that's kind of been lost with in the public is that when I first joined the council and you talk to people and they ask, what should you do? And the big thing always goes, whatever else, no more apartments. That was the mantra. Too many apartments. Okay. Now it's come down to too many warehouses going on. And, on the warehouses and commercial development, be they Woodbrook and the other locations of where we've identified and expanded the commercial property, I don't think it's well understood that one of the things we were trying to write was 10 years ago, Lakewood was in a situation with property taxes, of where the property tax burden on residential properties was way out of proportion for what it was in most of the municipalities in Pierce County. Residential property we're paying, and the only way to do that, because property tax is kind of fixed, different people all assess a fixed amount, is you had to build up the value and increase the value of commercial property, so that commercial property was starting to pay their fair share and do that. Now, it doesn't help that residential property values skyrocket and the assessor isn't helpful, but really, that was part of the strategy that's there, and it is it's still a healthy strategy to try to pay attention to that property tax burden on residential versus commercial.
I think that what's coming into Lakewood regarding warehouses and all the new business, I think it's great. And I think there's ways to make the warehouses not look like warehouses. And there's ways to put the connectivity, the sidewalks in between the warehouses so your workers can walk to different places, and then they decide that they want to stay in the city and live here. And oh, there's a really easy bus stop that's right in front of dropping me off at this job that is actually a warehouse, but it doesn't look like warehouse because the planning department put in really great building standards. So they look different. They're just not a big box sitting there. So I think we could do that and still bring in the business, bring in the warehouses. It's how you dress it up. And that's all part of, plans and long-term things like that. But it's nice to have the bus stops that are right. I mean, that's what people are looking for, those easy connectivity type of things for the workers that are coming to these jobs, and then getting them to stay there. And restaurants that are right there, places that people can go to lunch, all those amenities. So it all plays into everything. So I'm not anti-warehouse. I don't think that Lakewood needs to be a warehouse community, but I do think it's a great resource to bring jobs, and it is something that can be looked at as far as the buildings. I know that that's usually what stands out, I think, for most people right away, just because it's so easy to see.
Thanks, Patty.
Yeah, I think I appreciate Patty's comment about the exterior. One of the things people don't realize is that the interiors are very, very different depending on who is attracted as a tenant. And that's one thing we should work on. For example, they can be old style. I I know of one fairly big one in Lakewood Industrial Park that distributes food, and you're going to have racks and forklifts loading trucks. There are others that are totally automated. It's amazing what goes on mechanically, and you have highly skilled people who can fix the software and fix the automated machines that have well-paying jobs instead of being $15 an hour order pickers. So there's a great variety of what goes on inside, and it can even be light manufacturing. So I think recognizing that distribution centers, I guess is a euphemism now, vary. We should focus on trying to attract the ones that have more value added for our community.
I agree, and we have to tell those stories because people don't know them.
I would note, I think we had this, I think when I was first on the council, Andrew Nidus was still here, and we talked about like, oh, how many warehouses are we going to get? And he reminded us that that's exactly the same debate they had in Sumner, that because the warehouses come first, and then he said, but now they've actually, it was that coffee company came in and various things like that because they use the space. So I think Lakewood Industrial for years went years and years, and then now we have Arrow coming in there, right, with 1,800 jobs. So they are looking for space, folks. So, and at the time when he said that, it was like, okay, we'll believe you for now, right? And but I don't have any reason to believe that he's wrong in the long term. So maybe that will work for us because there is some evidence that there are jobs being produced.
Now, I've been on the council for a while now, so one of the things that we struggled with early on was identity for Lakewood. And I think it has been identified because people are now looking to come to Lakewood. As far as the storage areas and stuff, the way they're building the houses today, there's no storage room in a lot of these houses. So they are needed. And if we draw in tax from the purpose of it, I think that's a good thing. And some of the jobs that organizations that are planning to come into Lakewood are bringing jobs with them. We just got to get our people to apply for those jobs and know that they're there.
So we've all gone around once and had the opportunity to talk about, what we had in our conversations for the vision. I'm curious if there's anything that was said that you wanted to make a comment on, but didn't have the opportunity to make a comment on, to return to that.
I think it was Linda, I think was the one that mentioned different areas of town as potentially being attractions, and Patty and I talked about the international district. This is I think we talked about it being a generational thing. So a couple of years ago, I had a conversation with, a long way to get to the point, had a conversation with the Consul General of the Republic of Korea. He was down here at some event, and I went up and visited him in Seattle too. And we talked about trying to integrate the Korean American businesses more with the rest of Lakewood, whether it's participating in the Lakewood Chamber of Commerce or otherwise as a business development tool for the international district merchants, among other things. And he indicated, the conversation opened when he said that was kind of a goal of his and all the difficulties. And he smiled and said, they don't call us the Hermit Kingdom for nothing. And we talked about it maybe being a generational thing, the next generation changing. I think we should have as a goal, not diluting the international district, but enhancing it so that as that generational change is taking place, which there's some indication Patty was talking about that's happening, we can market it. It's the international district that exists between King County and Portland. Tacoma doesn't have one. We've got, you know, in another few years, we're going to have 1 million people in Pierce County. That's going to be the international district for 1 million people. So we should want to preserve and enhance it and make it a destination. So
I agree.
And I'll second that if I can, because if we get BRT, I mean, if BRT is successful on Pack Ave, I mean, the wheels are already turning on redevelopment on Pack Ave, right? And it's an area in need of redevelopment. If you do BRT on South Tacoma Way, the wheels are going to be turning on redevelopment. And you may not be able, unless you've been really thoughtful about how you want to preserve those areas, you may not be able to preserve it, right? It'll just be, you know, people will buy up along those routes and near any stations, just like they would with rail, and build, you know, large apartment buildings, which of course we would probably accept, but you know, you may lose the flavor of the neighborhood. So that, you know, that could be 20 years away, but I think it's a real possibility, right? I mean, we've talked about BRT, we're looking at the city manager. And BRT2. Yeah. So it will change the nature of the neighborhood. So we do need to be aware of that.
And yeah, and just to go off of what Don was saying, the reason why I find a lot of these places in the international district that I've been going to is I'll find them on social media. Or, you know, so I saw a TikTok on them, or they, you know what I mean? They're on something like that. I'm like, oh, I need to go check that out. Or they were reviewed by, in whether it's a restaurant or a grocery store, whatever it may be, it's somebody is featuring them. So then I see, oh, I need to go check it out. And the place is packed. And then I read a little bit about more of it and they're like, oh, well, we took over our parents' business. And it's not just a one-off, it's happening over and over and over. So I just think that there is a huge opportunity there.
Jason, jump in on anything?
Well, I think for sure that continuing the work to aggressively recruit and retain and help grow businesses, because we have to provide the diversity of opportunity for people. And having a stronger economic base is just going to help us for the next downturn if it hits, and when it hits. We know it will at some point in the future, but I think we have to be pretty aggressive about trying to attract and retain good business people in the international district as well as in the central business district areas.
Thank you, Jason. I think the last comment was anything to help grow. We didn't quite catch that, Jason.
Oh, is my speaker not working very well?
It kind of cuts in and cuts out, but you sound good now when you move up closer.
Well, I just wanted to echo the comments on recruitment and retention of businesses, because the more we can attract and retain, you know, whether in the international district, the central business district, the warehouse district, I think it's just going to be better for Lakewood. We have to broaden and diversify the economic base as best we can.
Thank you, Jason.
Still can't hear me?
Oh, no, we heard you loud and clear that time. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so as we kind of transition in conversations here, I just want to make sure that there's one last opportunity for anybody to bring up something about the vision for Lakewood that they didn't, discuss yet with the larger group. Is there anything you all would like to bring up?
The only other thing I had on my list was more retail, but we don't have a lot of control over that.
Right.
I'll chime in for one last thing. We had a very intriguing and amazing conversation with the school district recently, and I think there's a huge opportunity for the city and the school district to partner and to really help with our end goal of educating kids and making Lakewood a destination for folks who want to move here because of the good schools, because of the opportunities, because of the parks, because of the outdoor opportunities, because of the jobs, but also because of the schools. And they can't do it alone, and it's not our primary mission, but together I think the partnership would be amazing. And also the continuum, you know, we've got elementary, and then life doesn't end after graduation from high school. There has to be some sort of progression into some sort of training program or community college or what have you. And so supporting that continuum here, because we have amazing educational institutions. And so I don't know what that looks like, but it's on my list.
Thank you, Linda. All right, so we are going to come back to priorities a little bit later on in the conversation, which will obviously tie back into the visioning, and then also potentially some of the sticky notes that I still see out there that are remaining. We are going to transition to diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts here in just a second, but I know we have also been sitting for well over an hour, so let's just take a short 5-minute break, grab some more coffee, grab a drink, grab a donut, and we'll be back here at it is 10:13, so 10:18. So it has been 5 minutes. If we could slowly start working our way back to the tables.
You guys still there? Did you go home?
We're here.
I'm just checking on you.
I forget you. Can you?
What's that?
Can you see us?
Sometimes.
Oh, okay.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good.
It's just chatting with you.
Yeah. Well, I miss being there, but
Sure you
What-
do.
what do you-
You're in a better location. I know.
yeah, well,
If you want to make up for it, you can trek on down to Ocean Shores and mow my lawn. I haven't been there for about.
exactly.
All right, well, it looks like we are all back. So we're going to transition to diversity, equity, inclusion efforts here. Like I said before we broke, that we will be returning back to just general priorities. Just to recap the May 27th retreat, what we did then was a brainstorming activity and just talked about, some of the diversity, equity, inclusion efforts you wanted to see here at the city. Specifically, we talked about, the Lakewood Police Department and, they're reflecting the community, looking at youth participation and youth programming that connects youth with LPD, and then just more in general, enhancing LPD's interaction with community engagement efforts. We talked about historical and structural and the continued impact of historical and structural issues. And specifically, most of the conversation was just trying to get more information and understand and walk through that process. We talked about community collaboration and engagement, increasing it, digital, print, and with a specific emphasis on language and accessibility. And then finally, we talked about policy items and just looking at, some of the existing, the vision statement that we've already discussed briefly, looking at the council goals moving forward, and then just, how to move forward with DEI efforts here at the city. So I asked on the survey for everybody to identify what kind of priorities they thought for the city-led diversity, equity, inclusion efforts. And I put about, I think it was like 10 different items on there. Maybe there were a few more. That doesn't mean that there are not items that should be considered by this group. And that's what we're going to want to do as part of this conversation, is kind of broaden it and just hear from all of you about some of those items, and then see if there are other items that should be added as well. But just to go quickly over, I'm going to skip this portion of it right here. But just to go over the survey results. So, one thing that was really clear were most of the survey results were very internal focused. So, you can see right here on the top 5 different items, there is only one external item that is identified. The rest of them are internal to the organization. The external item that was identified was facilitating the building of relationships with external partners. So still a very internal led process. You do see here on the top, I have highlighted the highest scoring one, which is the create a strategic action plan, which I want to unpack as part of this conversation a little bit more. But I just wanted to point out in number 2, which is, review, recommend strategies for more inclusive community collaboration, public engagement, including outreach opportunities and eliminating participation to barriers such as language access. I know, Patty, that I saw you had an addition on there that was focused pretty specifically on language access, and I just put an asterisk on the total score because that would be the score if that item was reflected on there and taken into account with that category. So moving on just a little bit lower down in the results of the survey. So these were 6 through 10. Again, you can see a lot of these were heavily internal focused. There was another external focused one, which was educate, communicate, and collaborate with partners as far as enhancing DEI in the community. But again, a lot of them were very internal. And this just wraps up the rest of what was on the survey, in addition to showing that Patty did add the translation services. So I assigned a point-based score to what was indicated as a high, what was indicated as a priority, what was indicated as a low priority, and then not a priority or opposed, which that didn't come up. But you can see with high priority items that was identified as a 6, priority items were identified as a 3, low priority as a 1, and then not a priority as a -1. So you can see there are a couple of examples of that here on the survey results. Now, we could have selected any sort of numbering system for this particular survey question. I just matched it up with what we had done previously with our overall prioritization survey in the past. Patty, looks like you got a question.
I do have a question/comment. I know that Don had you had a comment at the end of it because none of his things are on here and nothing from Jason is really on here. So I just feel like it's like I'm missing 2 very valuable pieces of input on this. So I feel very incomplete with this.
That is a great way to segue.
I don't know where my
Kind
stuff
of a
went.
broader conversation. So Don and Jason, we'd love to hear from you. I know, Don, you indicated some comments on your survey. If you'd like to expand on that.
Yeah, I don't have them with me. They were better thought out than I have now. I am philosophically opposed to virtue signaling. I am strongly in favor of internally focused action. It's what you do, not what you say. I see, and in prioritizing these things, which should by and large all be included in your decision-making process for action, there's a danger of creating a public record of individual comments out of context. And in today's environment, I didn't want to do that. Saying this is less important than this, pull that out of context. The mayor said that. No, I thought that something else was more important, not that isn't important. And so and I don't like button surveys, but it was kind of along that line, my own personal resistance to that. I'm committed to addressing problems within our organization that we can control. I don't think the city should spend a lot of time broadcasting how woke we are, for example. We aren't going to change anything doing that. We're going to change things by action. When you see a police force that looks like the community, you've done something. And that's kind of my approach.
Thank you, Don. So Don, just to paraphrase, there's two things. One, you wanted to have a conversation maybe a little bit more about the internal and external focus, and then just the general prioritization process, correct? Great, let's start with the internal and external. Oh, sorry, yeah, we'll come back to both of those. Thank you for reminding me, Linda. Jason, you want to provide some comments?
Well, I was reserving some time to have this conversation as opposed to filling out a survey per se. From my perspective, I think, and I thought I did some of that I had challenges a little bit with the electronic component of what I was doing on my laptop, but I think the best start is to have some sort of a community-wide conversation to figure out what the needs and concerns are within our community members, and having an action plan to do that first, which helps drive the rest of either internal or external work would be my preference. I'm pleased to have this conversation and certainly supportive of doing something. I think we need to do some good work in this arena, but we need to define it first with community engagement.
Thank you, Jason. So community conversations and an action plan, and that's certainly something we want to pick up as far as kind of that broader strategic plan, or part of that strategic plan conversation. So we'll talk about that. But let's go back to, we'll start with some of the things that Don brought up. And first, I just want to start with the internal, external. And I know we talked about this a little bit in the past conversation, but I'm curious to hear from other council members.
Well, first of all, I don't think that there are a lot of external things that are actionable to address. And so, you know, I'm saying that it's better to focus on things that are internal. But as I went through, and after the fact, as I go through the list of priorities of things to do that, one of the things that struck me is that I'm not really ready to say that everything that's on that list, even though I think it might be valuable to pursue, is an indicator of something that's broken. I think if 5 years ago, before there was all of this focus, and you were to ask me, how good of a city is Lakewood to be a minority in? You know, we had this for youth, you know, where we were one of the 100th best cities in the country for youth. And if you asked a similar question about to be a minority, and then you were to look across the region, and you were to look at the Tacomas and the Puyallups and some other places, you know, I would have thought that Lakewood was one of the better places to be if you were a minority. I certainly know that as a council, we really were mindful of how diverse we were, and we target a lot of resources towards some of the areas of the city in the community where that were dominated by minority populations. So So while the questions are framed differently now, I don't know that that much has changed in terms of the way that we as a city look to do that. I think that we have often talked about trying to get two-way communication with some of our minority groups. Maybe it's just the Korean American group, the Hispanic group particularly. So I think that we do still need to do that. On the other hand, I don't know what I don't know, okay? And part of that has to do with that fact-finding conversation thing. So probably one thing that I would do is to mimic what we do when we are looking at every action we take as a council. We look at it and we have on our request for council action form a financial impact, where whomever is proposing the action lists financial impact, and often there isn't any. I think that if we were to add to our request for council action a line of where we want the proponents of the action to have something that says, you know, what are the diversity considerations of this action? Many of them, the answer will be that there aren't any. But by having that there will mean that the staff will think about it, and it will be in front of us when we look at an action to be able to go and do that. And that's a way to systemically look at the internal things that we're doing through a lens that has a diversity tint. And so, you know, I would think that I would look to maybe start there, because that's also a forward-looking strategy. It looks at the things that we're about to do or are about to do and make sure that we've gone through that check about, well, how does this fit? So this list is too many priorities. It's not necessarily a list of bad ideas. It's just everything can't be a priority.
So Mike, let me just make sure I heard this correctly. So on the external, internal, basically what I heard was that there's little actionable items that the city could take to impact kind of external outside of the organization. And that you are interested in looking at some sort of equity consideration as part of evaluating programs or recommendations to the council.
Yeah, I think, you know, everything that comes before the council, you know, a motion, a resolution, an ordinance, there's a request for council action, and there's a form on there, and that by just putting that one item in the format of that would not only have us mentally think about that, but also that our staff would think about that as they are sending things to us to do that. And I don't do that with an idea of saying that I can give you an example of something that we missed, because there have been plenty of times of where we've been discussing things and where we've sort of gone back to do that. But it is a systemic way to say that that's a consideration that's important that we look at.
So I want to take the group back just to a kind of a conversation on the external, internal, and we can come back to this idea of having some sort of equity consideration assessment here in just a bit.
Externally, I want us to lead by example and not by words, getting back to the pronouncement. remember relatively young being asked, look at yourself 20, 30 years from now, and you have one, you can only go from there. You want to be respected or liked. Personally, I'd rather be respected. You can be liked by trying to please people, not doing what is always right, compromising. To be respected, you have to have a long-term history of doing the right thing. And so I think what we do reflects, or I would say projects externally. And I don't think that what we say can have much influence. So I'd rather focus the efforts internally and have that followed by respect, and externally creating an example for others.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mary.
I solely agree with Don, because one of the things that I said, I see myself as a leader or a mentor for our youth. And the example that I like to share is that you start at home. You start internally, and then you work with the external portions. And I think that's something that we are going to have to really work toward our future leaders, to get them to understand how we get to the decisions that we make. We can have the decisions, but we got to make sure that it's something that they can follow through, and we have to get some of their input in order for us to even be effective in going forward. So I focused on the internal.
Yeah, I did too. And I think you can see by the scores on page 25, anytime I saw the word external, because in my mind, I just looked at it as we're going around having meetings, kind of putting our nose in everybody else's business. Like, oh, let's talk about our problems. And then someone would say, well, how about your problems, right? And I just, especially, and I guess nobody really liked it all that much, was the develop external partnerships to work on achieving systemic change in the greater community. I mean, that just sounded like, well, we're just going to overreach into everybody else's business. I just thought, I took it as just poking our nose into, and maybe other people would have, and maybe that's not what it meant, but in my mind, I immediately just kind of like, oh, we're going to go out and start poking our nose in what everybody else is doing, including private businesses and various things like that. And I had a visceral reaction of, I think we need to talk about our stuff internally, like Mary's talking about. Because there's a lot of stuff government-wise, and I think Mike's suggestion about, once we get census tract information, when we do a policy and we're voting on a contract, and we can see what neighborhoods are impacted and the folks who live in these neighborhoods, because I think we make a lot of assumptions about some neighborhoods that we don't really know with data. So there's also other things I think internally that we could talk about that we could take to other agencies in the PCRC and the PSRC and say, well, this is the kind of thing that we'd like some help with. Right? So we can talk more about that later, I think.
Thank you, Paul.
I do think focusing internally is the best place to start, because it does flow externally. So, and it could be very basic things of procurement. So who the city, goes out to and gets bids with, and taking a DEI lens and looking at it that way. It could be recruitment. I mean, it doesn't have to, it can be very internal, basic things that we would change systemically, like you're talking about, Mike, so that that internally, that's where we start. So we just add those extra layers, those extra pieces and parts onto how we do business as a city, and how we relate to the community, and what partnerships we go out and get or create and build, that kind of thing. So internally does translate externally too, at the same time, I would think, simultaneously.
Patty put it much more eloquently than I did, but I've been thinking about nothing else for weeks. Like Jason, I think this priority list, this task list is a little bit premature. Like Mike, I think we don't know what we don't know. Like Paul, I think one of our greatest mistakes is to assume that we know what's going on, but we really don't. We haven't had those community conversations. We don't have a current state assessment. I confess I felt painted into a corner with this part of the survey because I felt that everything was phrased for internal to be good and external to be bad. I had a visceral reaction to external, but I'll tell you people, it is about the external. We are a leader in this community. To Dawn's point, we need to lead by example. We need to reach out. We need to have those conversations and make those partnerships and those connections. If that isn't external, I don't know what is. But of course you have to start internally. So of course I'm going to focus on that. You can see the blue, it's all there. So of course, but there are short-term ramp up actions with anything. Procurement, hiring, training, language guides, how you do business. I love Mike's idea of adding an equity review to our council action memos. Of course you're going to be there. Where are you going to be in a year? You're going to have that foundation built and you're going to be ready to do something different. So I guess I would just challenge us to not automatically think internal good, external bad. Otherwise we're just going to sit here and that's not what we're about as a city. We're about reaching out. We want to make life better for our residents, parks, roads, infrastructure, economic development. This is not all that different. So.
Thanks, Linda.
I have to admit, I did not see external as being bad.
So Jason, do you want to provide any additional comments on this?
Well, I think the conversation's great. And I do think we got to figure out from a priority standpoint, how best we start. And then we can define some of these internal priorities following, I think, a healthy start, which in part involves community engagement and listening. We got to figure that out.
So Jason, that is just a great softball for me to transition this conversation. So I really appreciate it. So, I guess I'd like to hear from this council, how would you like to start this process? What does this look like for you? I've heard Jason mention community involvement now twice. I'd like to hear more about what that means and what that looks like to you, Jason, but I also just want to hear from other council members on how they see this process unfolding.
Well, I'll chime in. Linda mentioned it. We had a bit of a conversation with some school district leadership the other day, kind of in the umbrella of the CELT realm, the community engagement leadership team realm. And I think a way to start might be partnering with the school district, because they have their ears to the ground pretty well with students as well as families. And I think using them and the city as a convening authority to structure some community conversations as a start, but in partnership with the district, I think would be a good way to go from my perspective.
Thank you, Jason.
I'd agree with Jason that as a place to start. There are a limited number of people who are regularly engaged with the city, but there's a much broader involuntary engagement of all those families with the school district.
Mm-hmm.
So if we want to drill down and see what the broader community is thinking and what they think their needs are, that's a scientific survey instead of just the anecdotal evidence that we get from 100 people.
Right.
I guess I'm not seeing what that community engagement does, but I'll defer, because the school district has a job of educating kids. So at the end of the day, they have an achievement gap that's been persistent and consistent. So is the idea of the community engagement. I mean, they're not going to invite us into decisions about their schools and why they have this persistent and consistent achievement gap and what they're going to do to close it. So I mean, I guess I'll wait and see what we're going to talk about, but at the end of the day, we have 4 or 5 items that we need to take care of. They need to educate kids.
I think it's an avenue to listening to their constituency to provide us with information. You know, and there are anomalies here in Lakewood. For example, a few years ago, we talked about the achievement gap. Achievement gap was primarily an English as a second language achievement gap. Ironically, when, at least for a couple of year period, I haven't looked lately, African-American high school students in Lakewood did better than the average student. And they were, or just as good than the average student in the district as a whole. And they were like 10 points better than in Tacoma. There's an explanation for that isn't the school district. It's their demographics. Those African-American students were basically military kids. And if you know how the military works in a pyramid setup, they were senior enlisted and officer kids who had 2-parent families, most of who their parents had 1 or more college degrees. They had good incomes. Their demographics indicated their outcome. It wasn't their race. You wouldn't know that unless you know the community better. And at the same time, I think we look at parks, open space. We think Springbrook needs a park, heavily Hispanic area that utilizes it. We started out with basketball courts there.
Exactly.
Until a police officer who was a community service officer who was of Puerto Rican descent and spoke Spanish, talked to the kids. They wanted a soccer court. What?
I didn't even know, I just assumed.
And so we changed, but that was because there were boots on the ground essentially, and somebody found out, and I attended some of the superintendent selection outreach that was done in the community when they were hiring a new school superintendent, doing their search, and at a session that was totally translated. It happened to be covered Springbrook, and it wasn't the park that was the number one thing that said they liked about Lakewood. It was because their kids were safe and could go outside. And that wasn't true in their old neighborhood. So you might not think that public safety is a priority there, but that was definitely the mom's number one priority. So it's a long way of saying that provides a listening post that I don't think we have. The school district is in a much better position to reach those people and hear what they have to say.
Jason, I think I saw your hand go up.
Well, I was just going to echo Don's comments there. I don't think that we have the touch points or the tools necessarily to glean the data as best we can without involvement of the school district. So I think we have to partner.
I just think it's about reach. I get a million texts and emails and everything from the Clover Park School District, which is good. I want to be informed. I love the transparency, but their reach is broader than what the city has built. So I don't think that the city has built a broader reach of getting the information out in the way that people are used to getting their information right now. But the school district has done that a little bit better. So I think it's a great opportunity to leverage and partner and to reach more residents.
And I think there's an opportunity that might not be as obvious on the surface in this idea of the partnership, because what I've heard from school district folks is that, yes, our main goal is to educate kids, but there's so much that goes into that. How many parents are in the household? What's the nutritional levels? Do they have open space? Do they have access to food? What are those surrounding environmental factors, et cetera, et cetera? And so it's very possible that this has a role to play in helping the school district get its job done, so.
It's reminded of the proclamation, not the proclamation, but the statement that we made recently with the school district, because I would love to see us partner with the school, but we are limited to what we can do. If the school said they're gonna do something and we are partnering with them and it's not something that we can do, you know, so that's where I'm confused with the partnering with the schools, supporting the schools in different ways. I'm all open for that, but partnering, I'm confused.
I think it's just about leveraging the audience a lot and getting the word out. And yes, they do intertwine a lot, but it's not to say about policy or, you know, getting into rules. It's about hearing, because right now we're just talking about a hearing session, correct? Which nothing from the hearing session has been defined about what we're looking for. It's just trying to find a way to start the dialogue. Is that what you were talking about, Jason?
Yes, I think trying to leverage the communication connectivity that the district has, and then to provide a little bit of support for them, because the city is obviously a big player in the community. And to go to Paul's point, we're not in the business of educating their kids, but we are in the business of creating a community that provides support for all residents so that their kids can thrive and families can thrive. So I think the partnership is helping the district convene some community listening sessions using their tools and ours, so we can maximize, you know, the data that we need to make good decisions.
I would say the concern that clearly came up here is, and maybe it's because they have to, but they do a much better job on the language side. And partly it's because my spouse is heavily involved in that, and they know at the micro level the changes in the community. So we can sit here and make broad generalizations, and yes, it's true that the single largest request for bilingual stuff is Spanish, but they even know down to the granular level changes year to year in languages that we, you know, some of the older folks, and that would mean me, like she said recently, there was an uptick in the number of Vietnamese requests for Vietnamese speakers. Well, where did that come from, right? And then there's even ones, folks from, I think it's a language having to deal with the Congo, or sometimes they speak French. And so there's French speakers. So they are faced several times a year with major challenges, and they do see at a very granular level the changes in our community, stuff that I don't know that we see, right? That we wouldn't pick up. And it can be on base. And the district goes outside the boundaries of Lakewood on the east side too. So so there is that noise in there, right? Of well, is it right in Lakewood, or is it on the base, or is it on, or is it really almost South Tacoma, that Hosmer section there, Steel Street, south of the city limits of Tacoma. So they do have that knowledge, and that's helpful, because then we can understand kind of, and it changes quickly, right? Because of the nature of our community and the amount of rental properties that we have, is that, and where there's upticks and where there's drops. It's very interesting. So they do have that knowledge. They do have that base of knowledge, and I think that that'd be interesting to tap into. And they are rich in data, because the schools, by their nature and their reporting to the state, are rich in data. And if they could provide us with some of that, of course, we can get a lot of that out off OSPI too, but.
So it seems like from this group, there's pretty good consensus, and maybe tell me certainly if I'm wrong here, but a good place to start is with some community conversations and partnering with the school to get a broader reach with the community. Okay. Anything else? Nope. Well, sorry. Let me rephrase that. In that particular. Oh, okay. Well, we'd certainly love to hear the else. All right. So I heard there's still two things I wanted to just circle back on. One was just mentioned, and that was kind of language access. And Paul, provided a lot of information on how the school district seems to leverage the information and data they have to get translation services out. I know this was something that was identified a lot of times throughout the survey, not just in this particular section, but I'd like to, give the platform to hear what your thoughts were as far as, the language access, increasing that, and what does that look like?
I think that's something very tangible and like that Don talked about, of something in action that you could see do. It's something that it's not just talk, it's starting to translate, permit forms. We talked about things like that. It doesn't have to be, it could be just a broad scope of things that gets translated, but starting off with like the essential type of things. A lot of people use, it could be from business, it could be from human services, it could be HR, it could be anything. So it'd be identifying what the essential forms are that need to be translated, or the essential pieces or pages on the website, and getting those resources that would translate into, say, the top 5. But maybe we need to look at what the top 5 is, like Paul said, or take a look, and maybe that changes. We don't know, but it's something that I think needs to stay at the top of being accessible and transparent to the residents, and giving them the tools that they need to get the resources from the city that we provide. And translation is just a very easy, well, not easy, it's a very tangible thing. And you could see the change.
Can I ask a question on that?
Go ahead, Jason.
Well, I agree. And Patty had she mentioned a comment about receiving a ton of information from the district in multiple formats, right? Both text and email. And I know that some jurisdictions have the ability to allow residents to opt in to receive information on a variety of categories by either email or text. I think the county does it with their emergency stuff. Seems to me we could do a better job of figuring out a way to allow residents of multiple languages to engage and receive, the city manager's reports or council stuff, or just information about their neighborhoods. Whatever the category of information, we could start that process by figuring out how to better get it to them, letting them opt in, and maybe have it at least starting with maybe 2 or 3 of the major languages that we've got, and then pushing that information out, but just the information that they would like to receive in the manner that they'd like to receive it. That would be a huge step forward, I think,
So I just saw Linda actually sit up in her chair. So Linda.
Well, as a professional communicator, you just made my heart sing. It is about the person receiving the information. It's about what they want, what they need, and how they want to receive it in
Right.
a manner. And if we go out and think that an app is the best thing since sliced bread, and we're going to do that, and we're going to do that in English, and then we don't turn around and say, gosh, is this effective? Did our audiences receive this? Did they do the things we asked them to do? And maybe the answer is no. So we don't know what we don't know, and we need to, we're probably looking at a communications audit and some surveying and that sort of thing, and gonna be needing some resources in addition to that.
Did that make your heart sink or sing? I'm hoping it was sing.
Sing.
S-I-N-G. Right. I want to go back to an item that Mike brought up earlier in the conversation. He was talking about some sort of assessment or lens to look at programs or policies, and just open that up to the wider group for discussion.
What I immediately thought of was the rotary four-way test.
Mhm.
And number one is it the truth, which is a very objective standard. But number three is a subjective standard. And I think that's what we're looking at is it fair to all concerned?
Right.
That's what it boils down to. And I'll give you an example. It's the parks in my neighborhood. My neighborhood is the most objectively, it is the most underserved area in the city of Lakewood for parks. There's not a park around. But I'm fortunate to live where there's private open space. They're private parks. It's a privilege that I paid for. And so when you say where to allocate the assets in parks, and people know me, know I'm an advocate of parks. We bought land in Springbrook. We've dumped a lot of money into Fort Steilacoom. We've approving American Lake. None of those are within reasonable walking distance from where I live. But it wouldn't be fair for me to vote to put a park in the most underserved park area in Lakewood at the expense of those other parts of the community. So it's the fairness lens that I think we need to look at that requires reasoned subjective judgment. It's not a formula.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with Mike that we should have something that addresses that when we make our decisions. We do it individually, but I think it should be a conscious collective effort, which, led to putting sidewalks in Tillicum before they were really anywhere else in the city.
I know, Don, I really appreciated the comment you made in the survey about defining and making sure that we define our terms, particularly the term equitable. What does that mean? Just the whole gamut. What is diversity? What is equity? What is inclusion? I think there are some questions we can ask ourselves. Maybe it doesn't rise to the level of a formula, but we do need some way to ensure that we're asking the same set of questions every time to ensure consistency. So if there are guiding principles behind the fiscal impact statement, then there ought to be guiding principles behind some sort of equity impact, or however we want to phrase it. But I agree, it needs to start with definitions.
That in itself becomes a priority, right? I mean, how do we facilitate getting to those good definitions and then having a metric that we can agree on to use as our lens through which our policy decisions achieve a sense of equity, right?
So I'm going to take an attempt to wrap up what I've heard, and feel free to tell me I am way off base and that other things need to be added to this. But number one, that we should start with doing some additional research and work with the Clover Park School District on community outreach and engagement to get more information. Number two, get together and have a conversation about what we're all talking about with terms and definitions so that we're all have an equal and shared understanding of the conversation and the pieces. And then three, using the information from number one and number two, coming back and looking at some sort of equity or just fairness assessment for projects and policies. Give me a thumbs up if that's close. Give me a hand wave if that's all right, and thumbs down if that's really bad.
Close.
I'm like this,
Okay.
but I don't know what,
So,
I haven't formulated what is quite missing yet from it.
okay. Okay.
I'd kind of like to know what other cities our size have done. Now I realize they don't have the diversity and they don't have they don't have some of the characteristics that we do here, but it would be nice to know. I know what larger cities are doing, right? And I kind of have some inkling of what Tacoma's trying to do, but I don't know that I understand what they're trying to do. And so if there's anything out there that could lead us, or at least say, well, this is something that we've been trying or we're considering, because I mean, we have our own unique things here, and it sounds like we have an idea of what we want to do, but I'd like to understand what other, I just don't want to reinvent the wheel entirely. But
Jason, did you have a question?
I just think that I don't want to lose sight of the development, you know, from the community engagement listening sessions we hope to achieve and do with the district. I don't want to lose sight of the need to develop better communication avenues for our communities. And I think that's, you know, the communication experts on the council can articulate that better than I, but I think that's a huge piece of what we need to do. A better job of figuring out what people would like to receive and how. And then we need to develop a plan to deliver it.
Thank you, Jason. So Patty, given a little bit more time to reflect. Nope, okay, all right.
I'm still thinking, I agree with what everyone is saying. Yeah.
All right. Are there any, I guess, last minute comments or considerations or things on your sticky tabs that are tied to diversity, equity, inclusion that you want to bring up to this group? All right.
More a tactical thing. I think sometimes history repeats itself for different reasons. I was in a position very young, as was a colleague of mine who was responsible government positions, where the federal government was coming out and basically required hiring quotas. And it created a difficulty in obtaining people to fill the quotas who met the normal standards. And one very specific example in how it was solved. I was a school board president. I was 20 years old. The Fed said the Puyallup School District had a Native American population of X, and there were no Native American teachers. Both were true. I was pre-Leschi School, and we had already hired a couple of tribal members to go out and try to get the kids, drag them in school, because most of them didn't go beyond 8th grade. Terrible problem. There were 2 Native Americans graduating in education in the entire state of Washington that year. 2. One of them would never meet the standards. We had people knocking on the door trying to get into the Puyallup School District as teachers. There was one at Eastern Washington University who was stellar graduate. And the director of personnel said, "What do you think we should do?" And I said, "Get on a plane and talk to her. If she's good enough to be here, hire her." And it was the reaching out and going beyond to get people that meet your standards who reflect the community, as opposed to trying to find somebody who can check a box. And I think that's going to be an important thing to consider, not that doing it in that specific way, but to maybe casting a wider net and recruiting people who match the demographics of Lakewood in a way beyond just inviting them. So something to consider as we go forward.
I fully agree with that statement, and I'd like to pose an item for consideration. that maybe we have to relook at our standards based on based on just relooking at our standards. For example, I belong to the American Association of University Women, which is a group of women who have a university degree. And recently we had a national vote on whether or not to remove the degree requirement because it was a barrier to women of color. And that was a very, very interesting thing to have happen. And it went back to the mission of the organization, which is to support and promote women and girls. And can women who do not have a university degree, who have had some sort of barrier to that, can they still fulfill the mission, be a member of the organization? And the answer was yes. And so they put it out to a vote. And so it's an intriguing place that we are in this world right now. And I don't know where else I want to go with that, but we might need to relook at some of our standards.
And at the same time, as nationally certified track coach, I always said, I've never taught a kid how to jump higher by lowering the bar. So
I agree with that statement. You lower it, it's just gonna make it less attractive to people that would go higher.
To be clear, not advocating to lower the bar,
No, but
relook at the standards.
the standard, yeah, lowering the standard.
Lowering the standard sometimes can interfere with what you have going. You know, because if I'm up here and then we're gonna lower the bar, I'm gonna feel different than I did when I was here. You know, so you're gonna, either way you go, you're not gonna please everybody.
So true. And it's an open conversation and
Yeah. I do think standards are important because we are concerned about the quality of the service we provide the community. And so to some extent, the standards that we require of our employees, both in hiring them and that we expect them to maintain, are important to be able to go and do that. I do think that in terms of reviewing standards, you should make sure that the elements of the standard actually have a relevant purpose, that they're not just standard, but that it doesn't impact the ability to be, provide the quality service that we want our employees to do.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that. I'll give you a personal example. I have a son-in-law who's a Boeing firefighter. It's the largest industrial firefighting department in the world. But if he wants to go laterally to a department that's a municipal department, many of them require, for a lateral, 5 years of municipal firefighting experience. He had a 3.98 in fire service management with a degree from Arizona State, and he would finished first in both the physical and mental test at the Gilbert Fire Department and yet he's not qualified to go to many departments if he'd like to, because it wasn't municipal experience. Oh, and he has some municipal experience in Arizona. So it's just the standard without a reason. I can tell you how it came about, but it's still not a reason.
Well, I know lunch will be coming here shortly, so I want to keep us on time to break with lunch when it arrives, and then we can continue the last part of today's agenda when after lunch is here. So I'm going to transition us from the diversity, equity, inclusion conversations. And certainly, if there are other things at the end of just today that you want to make sure that you put a final note on or throw it out for the group, there will be that. So we're going to move towards to the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and I'm going to go through them, just kind of giving you a pretty high level overview. We'll stop on each one, and something I'd like to hear from the group is if you have a particular insight or maybe something on your sticky note that you want to make a comment so that the rest of the group hears. But also looking at kind of what your peers put down, or maybe even just some things that you thought about yourself. What kind of surprised you. What do you want more information from? Maybe there was a statement on there that you want some clarity or you want some further conversation about. And then also just looking at kind of, what's been identified as threats, weaknesses, strengths, and opportunities. How does that influence or impact what you see as kind of priorities moving forward as we start the transition to actually looking at council goals for the next couple of years? So I'll start with just kind of going through the order in which they were provided on the survey. So information and communication, one thing that I see here is just enhancing what we currently do, and that requiring, through a couple of comments brought up, just kind of what the staffing levels were for communications, and then just generally planning with communications. And then also on the information side, the concerns being around cybersecurity and cyber threats. So I'm going to open this up to the group for conversation specifically on what you're seeing, thinking, and hearing on information and communication. Okay, I'm getting some smiles.
I agree with all the weaknesses listed.
Yeah, I put everything that I thought down. I mean, I could read it again.
Nope, no need to read it again. I just want to give the opportunity for your peers to ask questions. No need to restate it. Or if there was a sticky note that was additional to that. Jason, do you have a comment?
I just said I agree with all the weaknesses and threats listed. I think we need to really work on multiple channels to reach higher percentage of citizens and different ways of doing it. And that's going to require some investment and likely some additional FTEs to do it.
Thank you, Jason. All right, well, if there's no other conversation, which it looks like there's not, I got Linda over here telling me there isn't. We'll move on to auto transportation. And again, this is including auto and active multimodal transportation. Something we've already talked about as a group today was just sidewalks and continuing to build out infrastructure that allows for safe, active transportation. And then another thing that came up multiple times throughout this survey is just funding opportunities for these types of infrastructure improvements, particularly when there might not be grant funding for them. And now Patty's telling me next.
Yeah, I guess that one thing that I would put on here, and I just didn't know where to put it, and maybe under weaknesses, and that's that the non-motorized transportation plan is really out of date.
Agreed.
So that that's probably a weakness as it fits within this chart. And although we've had for last biennium and this biennium the intent to update it, it's never gotten to the top of the time resource to actually go ahead and do that, because something else has always moved ahead of it. And we are on track to, or we do have the good intentions to get it done this biennium, but it is it is something that requires work by staff and has to get prioritized to be done.
Can I ask a couple of questions about that? How old is it, and what's the Because when it was originally done, I thought it was pretty good, but that was a long time ago when it was first done. That predates my being on the council, but when's the last time we've updated it, and what are do you know any specific issues?
Yeah, that what it is, we've approved projects both that are in and that are outside the plan, but we've never actually done a scrub of rewriting the entire plan per se. So it's, and so some things that are in the plan have not been pursued, but other things that are not in the plan, we have taken care of, and so we've been doing things, the non-motorized work piecemeal and done some good things, but we've been doing them outside the framework of the plan and or of using the plan to prioritize them.
So Paul, if memory serves me correct, it was 2009 was the last plan. 13? Okay.
It needs an update.
You have to go to planning.
All right, so built environment, I will just say this was one of the ones where I kind of expected more comments based on previous conversations that we've had as a group. So I'd be curious to hear, from you all why there were just a few comments, or if anything needs to be added here, if you just thought it was addressed elsewhere in the survey. Okay, that's a fair question. There we go.
What's that?
Built environment. Built environment, we just were confused on what it actually was.
Right.
Asking.
I think that's a fair question. Does anybody want to take a stab at what the built environment might be? All right, so we were all equally confused. I think that's fair. So in my mind, just to give some background, built environment would be, things like the design and connectivity of the city. So it's actually the kind of the what you're seeing out there. So, if you're looking at, say, the downtown, for example, what is actually there now versus what you actually see being there through the implementation of the downtown plan or some other thing like that. Or Patty, to kind of go back to a statement you made earlier in the retreat about, wanting commercial buildings to look a certain way rather than what maybe they've traditionally been presented as.
It's like a building standards comp plan kind of, or design standards, something like that.
I think it's design and it's also
And it's also
functionality.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything
How it
ties
works.
together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll comment on that. I think the weakness in part was addressed in Linda's comment on the prior slide, but the weakness is the connectivity in the connectedness between what we call the Colonial Center, the town center, and some of the areas down Gravely Lake, the white shop buildings, or whatever you want to call them. And I think we just have a lack of connectivity in those areas. We're going to have to figure out a better way to get the sidewalk connectivity in the adjacent neighborhoods, as well as, I hate to call it the trolley, but a potential, some sort of transportation opportunity to connect people so it makes it easier to shop within the district as opposed to having to get in your car and drive there. That's a weakness to me.
All right, I hear lunch is here, so we'll just kind of power through these last couple and then we'll break for lunch. I think it's a really good time to break for lunch. So when we're looking at Parks and Recreation, obviously something that came up a lot throughout the survey is just enhancing what we have. Any comments that anybody would like to add for Parks and Recreation as far as something that might be missing from this assessment?
Programs.
Where would you put that, Don? What are you thinking? Unpack that a bit.
We have, and maybe this is a place where the school district, as its scope broadens in many ways. People always tackle stuff on schools. We don't have particularly robust youth programs. We rely on whether it's Metro Parks, county parks, YMCA, youth baseball to provide our programs. I came from a town where the school district and the city kind of seamlessly sponsored things. You didn't know who was sponsoring what, but there was things going all day for the summer. Some of the COVID money at the county is being directed as to subsidizing the cost of youth programs for the summer. And I think there's something like 20,000 registrations so far, which indicates there's a huge need. So I think that's something that
I
we should
agree
look
with
into.
Don. I don't, and I guess maybe I haven't thought about it because when I'm in Lakewood, I look to Pierce County and I look to Metro Parks. I'm not used to looking to the city of Lakewood for what programs we put on. So I think you are totally right on that. As an opportunity, I would guess, and the lack of would be the weakness.
The one thing I hear a lot of is that there's activities for adults and children, but our teenagers are missing
Right.
activities.
As the mother of a teen, I definitely second that. She needs something to do until she's old enough to work. I also want to put a plug in for the connectivity between programming and communicating about said programs. Back in the day, we used to get a big parks catalog in what today's the Connections magazine, and now the stuff that we do have been turned into ads. And if you're trained like me only to care about the editorial and not the ads, you're gonna miss that kind of thing. And so making sure that we're communicating in a way that makes sense, like Metro Parks, they do a catalog, and they've got there are ways to do that sort of thing. So programming and communicating.
Great. Any last words on Parks and Rec? I think that's pretty good. So city finances, threats being wage pressure, unfunded mandates, needing kind of a better tax base. And then a couple of opportunities I just want to provide some time to talk about that were brought up, or Patty brought up something about balancing act. And Patty, do you want to just explain a little bit more why you think this is something the city should look into?
I think it just provides community input, which we're asking for a lot. Transparency. I don't know a whole, I can't go in depth about the balancing act, but I put the little definition in there. I know Tacoma is using it. I know a few other cities are using it. And the big proponent of it, of course, is transparency, because financials and transparency, along with transparency and everything else, go really hand in hand. But it's also, a way to get our residents involved and know that they have a voice in their city and in the finances and how their money is being spent. And it's just another tool.
Any other thoughts on city finances or questions? All right. So public safety, talked about, kind of continuing to reduce crime, the wave of retirements that are currently happening and going to continue to happen in the future, the increased responses to behavioral health related issues, and then some opportunities being, enhancing education opportunities, enhancing therapeutic court opportunities. And then Patty, you also brought up something which is called community immersion law. Can you provide a kind of overview for the council on what that is?
So I didn't attach, it's a program that I have seen starting to get developed. I forwarded it off to, I think, Linda, and we were talking about it. And it's basically with your new PD recruits that come in, I can't remember, they get sent off and they get involved with the community for X amount of hours, different community groups. And so they get immersed in the community. They get to know the community. They get to work with different groups. There's a whole program for it. it's something that I know a chief that, my chief in my other place I'm at has started, and he's worked with legislation over it. It's just a way to get your PD involved with the community. Also, it hits on kind of the mental health issues, all of those types of things. I have the PowerPoint, I can send it. I sent it to John, so if he wanted to send it out to everybody. I don't have a ton of detail on it, just from what I had heard from a speech on it, and that I thought it would be something good to maybe start the dialogue on.
Well, I guess that's something that I really need to take a look at, the details of what it is. I know we hear from the chief all the time about the months and months it takes to get a new police officer able to work after you hire them. And adding something that is a few days is one thing, adding something that is a few weeks is another. You know, with some, you know, what are the measurable, either subjective or objective outcomes other than just feeling good about doing it? You know, or is it a program for officers who've been here for a while that every so often they go in and do that? So I think we really need to see something about someone who's actually got some data about how these programs are supposed to work and under what circumstances should you really consider it as a solution for something that's bothering you.
So I pulled up the PowerPoint real quick of what I had. So it's newly hired police officers will be to serve as volunteers in community-based organizations for X amount of hours. And then community organizations will apply to host police recruits and will assign them a mentor for their service experience. Police recruits will interact with their community mentors, nonprofit employees, and a wide range of community members. And community immersion is loosely based on the police corps model, but has been applied in a larger capacity. So those are some just general top points. So it's just connecting your police with the community more and doing it from the start, doing it from the very, very beginning, and creating a base of your new recruits and your police that are coming in to make those changes, those systemic changes within an organization.
I like that.
Yeah, I want to put in a word about mental health. I know we were adding another, what I would call co-responder, I think the 1st of July. Okay, 1st of July. There is a lot of things going on. I mean, the county and we are participant because we're outside of Tacoma in the 1/10 of 1%. So the county council is going to be looking at how that money is going to get spent. I mean, the tax takes place on the 1st of July of this year. So the money will be coming in within a couple of months. And so that, you know, they're going to make some very tangible decisions about how the money is going to be spent within the next few months. And we might want to be part of that conversation. Are we looking, you know, I like our co-responder program. I like it better than the county program because our people are at a less, Carolyn can't commit people, right? She can't do involuntary commitments. So we're at a less threatening level, I think. I like what we do here in Lakewood. But there is MCERT and there's MOCT and various items like that. And as capacity improves, I'm hoping, I mean, I'm hoping that Well-Found, the multi-care hospital, is almost at full capacity now. We're able to work at full capacity. I mean, there's new beds and efforts coming on. I mean, that other crisis triage center just opened not far from here, and I think we can access that. I don't know if we're sending folks there now or not, that our police can take folks there.
So there really are some opportunities. There's probably been more change going on in mental health in the next, in the last 12 months and in the next 12 months than has probably occurred in 40 or 50 years. So probably since the deinstitutionalization in the 60s and 70s. So it really is an opportunity to really improve the lives of a lot of folks in our community. And I hope that we take advantage of that opportunity and work with the county, and because I think our efforts have been okay, right? But we only have a certain amount of resources that we can push towards that. But I'm hopeful, I guess, much more hopeful than I've been in a long time.
Thank you, Paul. All right, I'm going to go through these last ones really quickly. Housing, anything anybody wants to add? Basically, there were a lot of comments of, really the threats and weaknesses having, kind of low affordable housing stock and some housing stock that's in poor condition. Let's try this again. Economy, there we go. Maybe it's time for coffee round 3, I think is what that's all pointing to. And employment, we've talked a lot about this throughout the retreat, basically engagement of the international district, COVID recovery, and just expanding engagement efforts in general. Others, some ones that popped out were, again, just the place for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then also the limited role that we play as a city government. So before we break for lunch, what I'd like to ask you to do is, I know there are still a few sticky notes that maybe have gone unaddressed. And so this is the time that, we'll just kind of go through anything that you want to talk about that remains on those sticky notes, or anything you thought of, why we're just sitting here. Does anybody have a sticky note? Maybe I'm wrong. But we've talked about them. Unaddressed sticky notes, I guess, is what I want to have the opportunity for. All right, well then I'm going to recommend that we take a good 15-minute break here to have some lunch, get some coffee, and then we'll come back and start talking about kind of moving forward with looking at what goals might be for the council. Seeing no objections? All right, it is, let's see here, it's 11:42, so let's just plan on being back here at noon.
Oh, cute. He looks so much like Mark. Oh, he's so cute.
All right, well, we have 1 hour left of the retreat. I know it's gone by pretty quickly, and I wanted us to transition to looking at some draft goals moving forward. Now, obviously, this draft doesn't incorporate what we just talked about today, so some items are likely needed to be put in there. Other items that are in there are likely going to need to be changed or edited or have further conversation about. This is just a draft. And the one thing I just want to pull your attention to is the draft is up here. If you actually looked at your memo, there is a table in the memo that outlines and identifies some of the new things that were incorporated into this draft. So this starts on page 25 and it looks like this. I know you guys are, I don't know why I'm showing that to Jason. He can't see it. So I'll just stop doing that. So it basically goes through some of the new items that we talked about last time and at the survey. So specifically looking at DEI efforts, looking at enhancing communication and civic engagement opportunities, enhancing city parks and programming, really focusing on that downtown park, and then the effective use of American Rescue Plan Act. And then, there were some others that were identified today as we were looking through the visioning, and something we'll certainly want to take a look into incorporating. The table goes on to show some of the other items that were identified in the previous, retreats that we've had, and we've now had 2 of them. So this dates back to the retreat that we had in spring of 2020, and then also the one we had in March. And it provides a line of, what goal area that particular item has been put under, and then where you can find it specifically in the draft goals. So just to give an example, looking at attracting high-wage jobs and careers, including teleworking and professional services, that has been incorporated into economic development under section 1.1A. Are there any questions, just generally speaking, before we kind of jump in and take a look at some of these items and how they've been incorporated? All right, no questions. So just from the group's perspective, I have attachment A showing up here on the screen. This is the one that shows track changes, so you all can take a look at what's been changed. If you want to pull up attachment B, that's the one where you don't see any of the adjustments. They're just accepted in there. So we're not going to be obviously focusing much time on formatting, and let me just see if this works. So I just want to highlight here in the city council goals for 2026, something that was brought up in today, as well as the last retreat from Mike, was just taking a look at reframing the 2026 vision in regards to diversity and leveraging diversity. Now, I've taken just kind of a general attempt here to try to reframe that. I'm not sure if it meets what you all were looking for, but I'd certainly am interested in hearing if you think there's a better way to frame this, or if you think there shouldn't be a change at all. Oh, Jason, we can't hear you.
I said I like the change to the language there. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, say it one more time, Jason. Sorry, I didn't catch the first part.
Well, I like the change to the language you have proposed.
Thank you. I heard that one very loud and clear.
Okay.
I think, maybe to help move this along, if you're, okay with the language, again, just kind of that thumbs up, just so we can get a general consensus from the group. I think that'll be easier to do. If you're not okay with the language or have some questions, give me the sideways hands. And if you're really against it, give me the downwards hand. And Jason, I'll just ask you every time to weigh in verbally.
Thank you.
So it looks like I got thumbs up across the board on this particular item. Great. So one of the questions that was asked in the survey, moving on to the next one, was about how far you want these goals specifically to extend. And I have taken down the PowerPoint, but the next slide actually in the PowerPoint was going to show that it was actually evenly split between 2022 and 2024. So, I think this is a great opportunity for you to talk with each other and kind of determine, you know, what you want to move forward with as far as 2022 or 2024.
It might be helpful to find the breakdown, and
Yep.
because there was one in the middle too.
Absolutely. So I will pull up the breakdown. Just give me a second here. So it looks like we had for 2022, we had Linda Farmer and Paul Boki and Don Anderson. 2023 was Mary Moss. And then for 2024, we had Jason Whalen, Patty Bell, and Michael Brandstetter. Oh, all right. Correct.
Well, I'll just say that I thought that at this point in time, setting the goals through 2024 kept it aligned with bienniums. So it's not through this and the next biennium. And it also aligns somewhat with the time frame to expend ARPA money. So to the extent that that was going to be applied to do that, you know, while we got our obligator there, we can spend it up through that time. So that was the reason that I wrote in 2024. I'd be okay with 2022, but I wouldn't be okay with 2023 because of it's the middle of a biennium, and that becomes because we drive progress towards the goals with the budget. You know, we're on a biennial budget cycle.
I think I made my decision based on the fact that it could be changed at any time, reviewed and updated, so.
So Mary, since you are the 2023, if you were, let's go back to the one or the other, you're getting up and you're moving, you've got 2022 or 2024. With the idea that it could be changed at any time, given the council's direction, which would you choose?
I would move away from, I would move toward the biennial. So 2024, I would leave 2023. Is that? They're both biennial.
Yep. So they would both line up with a biennial budget. So you would leave 2023 and the options would be 2022 or 2024.
2024.
Does 2022 want to make any comments?
I'm all right with 2024. It's not a big deal to me. I just, but the way I look at a biennial budget is it's somewhat over the horizon and you correct it in the middle. In my view, 2024 might make a bigger correction.
I guess the question is if we feel comfortable that we've got enough long-term items in there, because I do look at actually in the world we live in, 2024 is long-term. And so I appreciate that in the folks pushing out to that. And I'm okay with that if we're as a group comfortable that we have enough items in there that are that forward-looking. And I'm with Dawn, I'm like, I'm okay with that if you feel that we've got the things set up. I mean, over the years, we've been pretty consistent overall with what we've wanted and what we've been able to tell staff, or at least, I mean, we haven't heard from the city manager about, are we not giving him enough direction, so.
I think my largest determining point on this was mostly the ARPA funds, because we have a longer amount of time to use them. And then even after we spend them, the implementation of it. So that's why I thought if we went out further, that would give us more time to think strategically, more time to really focus on what we needed to do and include it in the longer budget. So that was why I went that way.
And that is correct. I just came across a grant request that the council, that my day job will be looking at, and the expiration of the funding was out into 2025. And I was like, well, so it's ARPA funding, but you can spend it. And the guy said, no, it just only has to be obligated. So that goes in and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. It's like street projects and whatnot, as long as the money is obligated and we're moving forward with it. So that is true. We do actually have additional time as long as we've obligated, so, or meet the legal requirements.
So maybe I'll channel my best John Simpson. Yeah, there you go. The way I see it is that we seem to be interested in allocating the ARPA funds based on our priorities, and our strategic planning cadence is every 2 years with a biennial budget, which I fully appreciate. And so and we're gonna look at these council goals every year anyway. I would prefer that we just stick with the same strategic planning cycle, and then, yeah, I'm not opposed. If we decide 2024, I will go along, but I prefer the same planning cycle. I don't see a need to change.
So did anything that was said sway any 2024? I know there's some either or it works, but I just want to get consensus on this really quickly. So I'm going to force another vote here. So 2022, raise your hand. All right, 2024 it is. All right. So last changes on this page are I took out some language that was specific to us being in the middle of the COVID pandemic. Certainly can re-enter that. Also for regional partnerships, I expanded that just beyond citizens to community members that might also be impacted. And then just for accountability, added some language changes just to kind of flesh that out a little bit better. Were there any concerns with any of these changes?
Not for me.
Jason, I think said none for me.
I wanted to say thank you for changing the word citizen to community member or to resident. I know that that's something that Patty had brought up, and that was a really kind of an aha moment for me.
All right, well, then moving on, we're gonna
I actually have one.
Yeah,
thing
absolutely.
On this page. I don't know if the council would be open to, at the bolded statement at the top, if we added the word equitable. And I know we haven't defined it. I'm very conscious of the fact that we haven't defined what equitable means to us. Possessing the core values of family, community, let's see, equitable. No, so it would be Lakewood is a thriving, urban, equitable South Puget Sound city. So adding the word equitable ahead of the words South Puget Sound city.
Well, community, education, and economic prosperity are nouns. Equitable isn't, and so it's hard to put it into the same list.
But thriving and urban are.
I meant before, I apologize. I started one way and then switched tracks. So it would be thriving, urban, which are adjectives at the beginning, thriving, urban, equitable. You're absolutely right.
Lakewood is a thriving urban, and then she wants to put equitable right there, South Puget Sound.
I don't know that I don't know that speaks to me clearly in terms of this sentence, and that the you know, it can be given that under this particular goal, there's a bullet statement that speaks to equitable access and in the vision, addressing it in the main statement. I think I'm satisfied that it's there somewhere.
I could make a comment, if it might work to add, if you felt it necessary, I wouldn't put it, Linda, where you are thinking before South Puget Sound City. Maybe you put it as part of the core values. We possess the core values of family, community, education, economic prosperity, and equitable delivery of municipal services.
Yeah, I agree with Jason. I think it should be equitable delivery instead of equitable access. That, I think, doesn't beg for further definition. If it's included as a description of the community, it begs for further definition, which is the way why I'm concerned about having it at the top. To take that to the extreme, someone might think that that would require everyone in Lakewood to have the same income, because it's not defined. But equitable delivery of services is more self-defining, I'd say.
So I like where you're going with that. What about advancing it even further in the statement to the third sentence? Because I think if you change it from being equitable, which is a thing, to, or an adjective, to an action, equitable delivery of services, that's what that last sentence is trying to accomplish, it appears. We will advance these values by, although there's a nice cadence there, past, present, future, it might kind of
Isn't
mess
it-
up the flow.
Isn't it also about equitable access, not just delivery from, we want to provide equitable access to, I don't know.
Don was trying to make a point.
Yeah, I know.
about
I'm
the
trying to
delivery
figure
versus
out-
the access.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was.
too much definition is what you're thinking, or too much?
Well, I think I was thinking equitable delivery is the result rather than the opportunity. But access is an opportunity, delivery is a result. And so my thought was to focus on actually accomplishing it as opposed to just saying equal opportunity is there's an open door, but you might be a lot farther away.
Oh,
Could you read, I'm getting a little bit confused, so could you read the sentence as Councilmember, no, the paragraph as Councilmember Whalen has proposed?
so this is my understanding, and it would be Lakewood is a thriving urban South Puget Sound city possessing the core values of family, community, education, economic prosperity, and the equitable delivery of community services.
Services.
Is that correct, Jason?
Municipal services, I was thinking.
Municipal services.
Okay, so that is after the word prosperity in the first sentence. Okay. An equitable delivery of municipal.
I'm just having a grammar issue. They're not the same things. It doesn't,
So what I'm understanding from the group is try to incorporate the equitable delivery of municipal services. We can work on that and then run it by this group. I don't think we need to get the exact wording here right now. But that's what, is that what the group's intention is? That
I guess my concern is that you're then saying it the same thing twice. Because if you say it up in the top statement and then also have a bullet point that says the same thing, you know, that's not true of any of the other bullet points.
sorry, Linda, I didn't quite catch that.
I see a bullet point for economic growth, and the statement addresses economic prosperity. I see a bullet for, yeah, I see that they're there.
Yeah, I think they're mirrored between the bold and the bullets. Because I do see economic, I see education listed below in bullets. Sorry. So I think that the bullet points maybe just reiterate the statement. Is that what they're meant to do?
I think I can wrap my head I mean, I can wrap my mind around equitable delivery of municipal services. I mean, that's kind of what we talked about on the equity side, that at least as a city, we could, other things that we're going to discuss or that will be discussed in the public forums, we may not be able to achieve as a city because we're just not granted those functions. But equitable delivery is something that I can put my mind around and work towards. That doesn't mean we're not doing it now. It just means that that's at the
It's a core value.
yeah.
So it sounds like we are good with getting that somehow incorporated into that. All right, well, let's move on to the goal areas. And, again, I'll scroll down so you can see it. You can all see it in attachment A if you show, all changes. I'm going to keep this just kind of broad and just ask if there are particular items that you all looked at for changes that you wanted to talk about more, or, obviously we have some items that need to be incorporated that we talked about earlier today in the retreat.
Well, we're on the economic development page.
Yes.
And so just a Scrivener's item, it should be the Lakewood Station District in either plan or if we're not.
Correct.
Like we did downtown, as opposed to Sounder Station.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. So a couple of things that were incorporated in this were, if you go down to 1.5, that is talking about, professional services in addition to the rest of the services that we listed. And the big driver behind that was, again, kind of looking at remote work and then other professional opportunities that might be there. And then if you look at C, I also added activity hubs, which is something that I saw frequently throughout the survey when we talked about connecting people with amenities and services.
I like that. What was your thought about utilities, Kevin?
This goes back to, what we had talked about, providing the types of utilities that attract businesses to locations, whether it's high-speed broadband or water, et cetera, but having those ready to go for, the best environment available for businesses.
Looks good to me.
All right, can we move on from economic development?
Sure.
All right, we will move on to dependable infrastructure. So big changes in here. I incorporated the downtown park as a catalyst for the downtown area, incorporated active transportation. Active transportation is what is used now in place of non-motorized transportation. Again, it's putting that emphasis on you being active in the ways you're getting around. Traveling, being connected.
We're turning it into education ease. Now walking is active transportation.
They are including now sidewalks, recreation, and then it's the single largest recreational.
But you
So,
look at
so
it.
walking is now active transportation is a recreational amenity.
When we look,
We can make this more complex.
About 8 years ago, Don Wickstrom was here. And Don Wickstrom was saying we gotta try to purge our documents from engineer speak if we want the public to understand. And this is a piece of engineer speak. I mean, it's a head scratcher to most people in the public that would read it. you know, they would, you know, they kind of would understand non-motorized transportation, active transportation. I don't think it communicates to most people. Every engineer would understand it. And 60% of council members would understand it. So I guess I'd rather not go to that technical a term. Excuse me.
I agree with Mike.
All right. Any other thoughts on, so change it back to non-motorized plan?
Or walk and bike,
So, yeah, yes, very basic.
walk and bike.
Yeah, walk and bike, exactly. Infrastructure improvements.
So not to just to play this out a bit more, there's more than walking and biking. So we do want to be inclusive.
Skateboard.
Skateboard,
Those are able.
rolling.
Enabling, we need,
Non-motorized is
yeah,
what you were needing to say,
When I,
right?
when I was about 10 years,
we need to not able.
See, that's the deal. This is like what I think they're getting into.
Yep.
Getting into all these other different modes and stuff.
Things that don't go over X amount of miles per hour, I don't know.
Well, then some cyclists might not be able to use that infrastructure depending on how fast they're going. So going back to non-motorized, can I see some hands here? Just get some clear visual. All right, we'll go back to,
Raise his hand.
thank you, Jason. I appreciate it.
I wanted to ask a question about transit and our interest in helping, connecting, partnering, however that works. In my last review of the transportation improvement, the tip, when it came before us, it very clearly states at the beginning about the need to grow, to develop, to do transit, and our plan was heavily road and infrastructure focused, which I'm a big road and infrastructure person. But I'm curious if we should at least do a nod to transit? Or is it here and I'm missing it? Or does it belong somewhere else?
so here's, after 9 years on the Pierce Transit Board and current service on the Puget Sound Regional Council Executive Board, you've touched a hot button of frustration for me. Because of our demographics in Lakewood, Tacoma, and the core of Pierce Transit Service area, and the funding structure that has been set up by the state government, we are essentially a moderate frequency lifeline transportation system as far as the Pierce Transit bus system goes. The primary customers are going to be people who are low income, who have to get to work, doctor's appointment, church, grocery store, and don't have other means. The commuter system is handled by Sound Transit, even though Pierce Transit will be driving. In the foreseeable future, there's not a funding source that can increase the capacity of that on an ongoing basis to the point where it's going to provide more than that. At the same time, every time you go up for an equitable division of transit funding, Sound Transit, Sound Transit is the giant sucking sound. They have an insatiable desire to gold plate everything and take everybody's money, and they have the political power to do it. So the frustration is, yes, we need a more robust local bus system, more BRT, and which costs 1/10, has greater flexibility and costs like 1/10 of what light rail costs. But we're going to be lucky to get much of anything. And it's going to remain primarily a lifeline service. So I think we're going to have to scrap to maintain Lakewood's position as actually getting a decent amount of that service. But there's little hope for expanding unless you're talking about Sound Transit stops. And that's not going to circulate in the community. But I think it's criminal the way they take money that could go to utility, local transit with high utility and build a tunnel in Mercer Island so people don't have to look at it or
So-
whatever they do.
So let me,
I didn't mean to set it off. I'm sorry.
that's okay, that's okay. Linda, I'm looking at 2.1 F, and it looks like that might be a good place where you could expand it to say partner with community members, stakeholders, and other entities, because that would include the Clover Park School District for any, like safe routes to school projects like that, as well as any transit organizations.
Or let me pose 2.4, maybe it's already implied under A, 2.4A, multimodal infrastructure to improve accessibility. Multimodal infrastructure. Yeah, and I'm not, yeah. Yeah, BRT buses, more sounder stations, local service, more shuttle service. I don't know, it's not just buses, but I would love for the word transit or whatever the terminology is today, Don, Jason, to show up here, but I don't want to tie us up in knots either.
Yeah, transit's a broadly inclusive term. And we need it. I mean, it's citizens, residents of Lakewood need transit. They don't need the Sounder Express to Seattle as much as they need buses on local routes, but they need it.
How about 2.1 F, where we could say, partner with community members, stakeholders, and local transit agencies to identify and implement infrastructure solutions that enhance access.
Awesome.
Oh, you can't see my thumbs up. I know.
All right, let's get a thumbs up on that one. All right. All right, any other thing on dependable infrastructure that you wanted to talk about? All right, then moving on to public safety.
I would just say in 3-3, were we intending to say the rental housing safety program? Or is housing safety programs meant to be a multiple programs statement?
Getting a head shake from the city manager. The intent was the broader, because there are other programs than just the rental housing safety program in play at the city.
So make room for new programs with the same, with that goal.
So I mean, my understanding, and feel free to jump in, John, here, but that it's also taking into account like CDBG, home, and the stabilization programs.
Those are some examples. That is absolutely right.
All right, then I'm fine with the way it is.
Am I missing the word behavioral health?
So just so everybody hears that, it's at 3.4D.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Do we have room, or should we include in this some objective to integrate the new legislation passed at the state level to enhance and alter police techniques to ensure, I guess, better community safety, or I don't know what the word is, to enhance the community's trust for community policing, something to that effect. Because, the legislature passed a bunch of stuff this last session that's going to impact what we do and how we do it with regard to policing in some aspects, not all, but in some. And should we address that here at all, that that's going to be a goal? We're going to integrate those successfully.
John said we're mandated to do that.
Got it. So it's not so much an objective to comply with the law, it's just going to happen, right?
Maybe are you thinking about that once the laws are happening that are mandated to do, that we take a look at them to see if there's any way we need to apply them in a different manner for the city of Lakewood? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to maybe on 3.4A somewhere or 3.4B to, in a transparent way, communicate to the community that we are embracing and integrating the mandated state law changes. Maybe we don't need to add that, but
That's kind of like saying we have a goal to obey the law.
well, we do. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
I think that's not in this document, but that's at an operational
Yeah.
level below this level, to be able to go and do that.
Yeah, I'm good with that. The more we communicate, I think the better we're going to increase trust, so that we acknowledge the requested changes and we're making them. So
Most of the elements of that bill or those bills are prohibitions and restrictions as opposed to new innovative practices. So
yeah,
I think that with a police department that are continually doing great things, if we find a better way to make some of those things more public, would also be an enhancement.
good point, Mary.
And I think we pointed that out too. A lot of people pointed out in the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities, that just telling more things about public safety would be better.
Yeah, we've got that in 3.2A, I think.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that. So it sounds like they are kind of the points that were just made were both incorporated already in here. Are there other items on public safety to be considered? All right, we'll move on to fiscal responsibility. Just a couple of minor changes incorporating the American Rescue Plan Act. Any issues with these changes? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to transparency, which there were a couple of changes here. So we added an additional council goal area. So several of the things that were formerly in transparency were also moved over to that goal area, which we'll get to here in just a second. One thing that was very clear through a lot of what I was seeing in the survey and the retreat was just enhancing communications with everybody here in the city. And that is what 1.5 is trying to get at. Any items you all want to talk about or specific things you had questions on?
On 5.1D. Continuously enhance online and digital services, including the website and social media platforms. So that sort of implies that but there's also others. I guess is the including those two things necessary in this statement, or does the first thing cover them and more?
That's true.
So take out the website and social media platforms, so you still get the same intent.
Yep.
Thumbs up, thumbs
Broader
sideways,
intent,
down.
I would think.
Broader, yes.
Yeah, broader, because we may.
All right, I've seen a couple of hands. I'm missing a few hands here. Great, fantastic. All right.
Patty, I want your take on that 5.1 section. What I'm seeing is a lot of one-way communication, a lot of us disseminating stuff, and not a lot of two-way and collecting. There's some surveying at the end, and I'm curious.
Yeah, I would, transparency, I think, plays hand in hand really well with community engagement, which we've talked a lot about. Of community engagement, it would be nice if there was some sort of element that is, and that's what you're talking about, Linda, that gets added in there. So we have a conversation, we have a dialogue, and we could, it's basically a dialogue because we want to talk. We want to hear what people are having to say. So community engagement for
I
sure.
bet that's down in 3, and maybe we just add the word engagement, pop that word engagement out. Okay, thank you.
So what I'm hearing from you, Linda, is to add engagement into 5.3,
Yes, please.
just to make that a little clearer with that connection.
Yes. Yep. Community engagement in particular.
Any issues with that? Is that a thumbs up? Can I get a?
Could you scroll that up, please, so I can read it?
So it would look like strengthen community engagement and connection with stakeholders, partners, and communities.
Got it.
And then if you were open to 5.3A, expand meaningful two-way communication and engagement opportunities. Because communication by itself just implies, sometimes can imply a one-way.
I'm good at that.
All right, quick show of hands on all of those. Perfect, fantastic. Well, Patty, we can go back to a Zoom meeting if you'd like.
Is this your effort at two-way communication? Is that what?
Yes.
All right, any other items you want to bring up with transparency? All right, moving on to the draft new goal, robust and active community.
I like that first statement of the goal.
So did we just pull this out of the legacy plan? On this word? Looks very similar to the legacy plan.
Well, the same person did author both.
So I struggle with this goal because it's an outcome. It's a bit of an outcome. Having a robust and active community is the result of all of these goals. And the note at the very beginning says so. Is that all these other things support this goal. So do we need that note? I mean, it's just a little odd. It's just a little odd to me. The construct of this versus.
And then I was wondering, what is the definition of civic engagement? That was something that kind of seemed odd to me. Is that, are you talking about back and forth with the residents? Is it they getting involved with us, we getting involved with, the city getting involved with them? So I had a little bit of just a question with civic engagement. And then, I think that you're you say the words, you say diversity in there, and then there's equitable. So if we're doing that, I think it would be a good place to use the word inclusion, and then we could be consistent. Because this to me sounds like a very DEI type statement. But if I'm wrong, I'd like to know what everyone's thoughts are on that.
Inclusive is earlier in the state.
Did I miss that? Okay. Oh, there it is. Sorry, it's just not in red. My bad.
So Patty, let me unpack what I was intending with civic engagement, and maybe this is something that needs to be broadened or is too broad. I was seeing this as, I guess, kind of the community participation, and then also access to services.
So maybe it's just the wording that we change it and go back to like what Mike said earlier, how we changed the other wording of, so it's not so engineer speak, so it's not so governmentese. If there's a way to break it down, civic engagement, to be very easy to digest. And I liked what you said, how you said access and the other parts that I already have lost.
I think it was delivered.
Provides equitable opportunities for engagement in government services or engagement in government activities, or, no, that's not really helpful either. Sorry.
Engagement and delivery of municipal services.
Mhm.
Be consistent with the language that was previously.
Right.
I think so.
There
Right.
we go. That might work. The very top under the goal. So instead of civic engagement.
So then to the folks that talked earlier about it's a repetition, it seems like 6.1 is, we've already talked about a number of those items already. So how is that different than some of the other things, like when we say support and encourage physical, emotional, and behavioral health? So that was under public safety, but this is a little nuanced, I guess. More livable health, I guess C, I can see. A, continue to partner with community-based organizations and partner entities to support communities' most vulnerable individuals. Did we say that elsewhere anywhere? I mean, are we repeating things in 6.1? 6.2 seems to stand on its own. 6.3 seems to stand on its own.
Just to point out, the behavioral health reference is to people only experiencing behavioral health incidents, and then its connection to homelessness. So it does appear to be very public safety oriented, people in the moment versus of the very broad behavioral health issues that we have.
Okay.
So I want to return to Linda's question here. She asked about the note. Now, the reason this note was included was because in the previous conversations we'd had about, hey, all of the other goal areas help support and provide for a robust and active community. And so that's why the note was put in there. Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, but your question is, does it need to stay in there?
Yes.
I like the note.
Right, so for the note staying in there, thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs down. Let's see some active thumbs here.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so it stays in. Were there other items on active and robust community that need further discussion? Ten minutes.
Well,
You can scroll up. I can't read it very well.
provide a diversity of amenities.
Say that again,
And
Mike.
events. Diversity seems to be the wrong word there. Range.
I'm sorry, I'm not following you. Which one are you
On
talking?
the
6.3?
6.3, in other words, it's provide a range of amenities and events, or a diversity of amenity events seems
Yes.
odd. I would probably just say provide lots of. But a different word, because diversity is, we don't want to use diversity in a totally different meaning than where we've used it in other places in the document. And I think that's, we're in the fourth Webster's definition of diversity.
So what I hear is a word choice change there, just to say, hey, we are providing a variety or range of amenities that attract residents, businesses, and visitors. Jason, I heard you say something a couple minutes ago. So, Jason, you're on mute.
Oh, then you didn't hear anything. I don't recall. It must have been really good.
All right. Well, then anything else with robust and active community?
We're gonna change diversity out, yes?
Thumbs up on changing diversity? All right, we can make that change. All right, well, that takes us through everything that was in here. Is there anything that is generally missing? We'll go through this list again and just kind of take a second and see if we need to incorporate anything else, but anything on the top of your minds? All right. Well, I want to thank you all for today. We are just 7 minutes early. So thank you again, and I appreciate your time. And it looks like the city manager has a comment.
The city manager report.
So Mayor and Council, I just have a few items I'd like to report on this afternoon, so it shouldn't take,
Out of order.
So actually, Mayor and Council, actually, with all seriousness, so next steps. So we'll go back and we'll pull all of this together. So my question is, how do you, or rather, in what forum would you like this brought back to you for consideration and then ultimately action? And there's a couple of options. Actually, there's probably 3 options. Number one is do it at an upcoming study session, and I'll need to coordinate with Shannon on when the best time to do that would be. But right now, your next study session is June 14th. And so bringing this back as part of your study session, you do have a full agenda that evening. We can move some things around. A caveat to that would be to get together at, say, 5:30 on that day and have a special meeting in advance of your study session to review this one more time. The third option is to schedule another Saturday time to do this. My recommendation would be to do the middle option there, which is to convene a special meeting either before your study session on June 14th or at some other date within the next couple of weeks, and have a special meeting to fine tune this, and maybe not on a Saturday, but on an evening that works for all of you.
So if we had a clean draft and held a special meeting, we could review and approve in the same meeting.
Yeah, you could do that, Councilmember Brandstetter. But as a number of you regularly point out to me, that's really not how you work. So I'm just going to push back on you on that. Because you might have buyer's remorse, and you might, the fact is there's some things that you might want to change after you've had a chance to noodle on things and things like that. So my recommendation would be to do a 2-step, to get together, get some consensus. This is what you want to do, and then move that forward to a regular meeting for official action.
Makes sense.
To me, then, that all we really need to do is not convene a special meeting, but start the study session 30 minutes early that day.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it would still-
A
yeah.
different time earlier.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion. We just, at our next meeting, we schedule the study session to start early.
Okay. Okay,
Maybe we can start it at 6 and then we'll get out before 10 p.m.
6, okay. So that was the mayor beating up on me. Okay,
Speaking of, are we done with all the other stuff? I did have a question. That for planning purposes, are we coming back here relatively soon or not because of all the changes that are happening?
so at this point in time, Councilmember Bell, based on I'm sorry, I kind of reverted back to our council protocols. Based on the governor's guidance where he is right now, which is basically the state opens up on June 30th. At an operational level, we plan on opening up all of our city facilities to provide services. Now, there might be some limitations there in terms of what we're doing and not doing. And then as I reported last week, it would also be recommended that you begin to hold meetings in these chambers beginning at your first regular meeting in July, which would be July 6th. Now, of course, the governor could change his guidance. Things could change. I don't think I don't want to presume what he's going to do. Okay, so, yeah.
It will change.
Yeah.
I can guarantee it will change. And the county's medical expert yesterday could not explain the distinctions in the governor's last pronouncement as to on and off employees, non-employees with masks and King County went the other way. And he said his final statement was, "Hey, I'm just the messenger. I can't tell you why." I mean, it's political science, but we could have open meetings now if you look at what the governor has said and some of the things that are allowed, and you listen to what the CDC says, we could have open meetings now. But it's probably going to change. I wouldn't be surprised if by mid-June he says open meetings. But until then, I think we're on track with I would commend you on having a very clear and definitive message that you sent out, Mr. City Manager, and I think we should stick with that for now.
July 5th. July 6th, excuse me.
We know that, excuse me, we know the county is lagging in vaccinations a bit. How are we doing as a city?
So actually, Lakewood as a whole is actually doing very, very, very well. And the reason for that is because the dress barn is actually the former dress barn. That is actually one of the highest performing areas for people within the whole county for people to come and get vaccinations. And there's primarily people from Lakewood or this general area. Now, with that said, the one area of the city that is lagging behind is the northeast part of the city, which borders South Tacoma, kind of carries over into that area. However, there have been a number of initiatives led primarily by the Korean Women's Association and the Asian Pacific Cultural Center that are doing actually door-to-door outreach in that area as we speak to try and get folks vaccinated.
It's there's kind of a hot map that shows that where the cases are, which is cases are compared to your density, and it basically irradiates out, gets worse the farther east you go.
I don't know if this has been discussed, but I was thinking about it as I was at the farmer's market last night, is what an amazing spot for a pop-up clinic. It was packed. Yeah.
I heard it was crowded.
Oh, it was awesome. It was awesome. I complimented Sally multiple times. It was fantastic. So great job.
And I'm like, can't get in now. And, yeah, just the driving.
There were a
through,
lot of
there's
people.
so much backup. I mean, it's great for the farmer's market, it's expected, but for a vaccination, I don't think I would, it's a good location unless it was just.
If you're
for
already
just
there,
doing- But not during the farmer's market.
see, okay.
Well, they do pretty good at baseball games. Maybe if you got, you know,
Plus an hour each direction.
You offer free zucchinis if you get a shot, you'd be good.
yeah.
And I was in line to get a prescription, and she was like, have you gotten your shot? And I'm like, yeah, I already got it. And the person that, "You get your-" I mean, she's like standing there, like ready to.
It's really tailed off. It will, the clinics are going to be they're going to be standing down fairly quickly.
Well, they're standing down the mass vaccination clinics in favor of pop-up clinics where the people are. And so my only thought was that people are going to these amazing things. And so if people are already there,
If it was there.
Yeah,
just-
sure.
Happen to walk by
Yeah.
it, but not as a promotion of, hey, this is a vaccination center.
You're not going to get,
Yeah, so.
you're not
Yes.
going to get a large number of drive-up people. If you do, it's a great problem.
yeah, at least half the folks were masked there. And so it was just interesting to know if they were masked because they were uncomfortable in, you know, a lot of people, or if they were honoring the thing where you're not supposed to take off your mask unless you're fully vaccinated. So anyway, just a thought, sorry.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Army has its own guidelines. It's out there. They're now on a federal guideline, and it's, if you're vaccinated, don't wear a mask, period. Unless you feel you have to, and it's kind of an honor system, but they've got a little more clout when it comes to honor than if somebody lies about it. There are some vendors that by their own company policy have to still have masks. But it's kind of an interesting,
Costco.
but-
You don't need Walmart. I think Winco just came out today.
Trader
Don't have to
Joe's.
Trader Joe's. Yeah.
anything else, Mr. City Manager? Let's give Shannon a big hand and thank you. The bridge over the Nisqually fell down. You can't go back. Is Mr. Spence treating you well? Okay, that's surprising. You can tell him that.
Have a good day, everybody.
Good day.
Sun's out, guns out. See ya.
If there's no further business, then we're adjourned.